My name is Charlotte, and I married Mickey when I was 25. We met at a party. Mickey always told me, you can be a stay-at-home wife if you want. My income is enough for us to live comfortably, but I loved my job and kept working at the company I joined right after high school. In the second year of our marriage, I decided to quit my job. The reason was a phone call from my father-in-law. He told me my mother-in-law had collapsed. I cared a lot about my kind and gentle mother-in-law. Since Mickey couldn't leave work, I rushed to see her alone. When I arrived, she smiled weakly at me from her hospital bed, surrounded by tubes. She wasn't in immediate danger, but her condition left her needing care. We had to decide who would take care of her before she was discharged. At first, I thought Angelina, my unmarried sister-in-law who lived with her parents, would handle it. She worked mostly from home, so it seemed logical, but Angelina firmly refused. She even told her mother in the hospital, I'm not just sitting around at home, I can't take care of Mom, you need to manage yourself better. Her words shocked me. How could she say something so cold when her mother was unwell? Later, Angelina called Mickey and insisted on a meeting at the family home. Mickey and I went there to discuss the situation with Angelina and my father-in-law. At the meeting, Angelina repeatedly said, I can't take care of Mom. I don't know how to manage the housework now that she's unwell. Father-in-law, who had always relied on his wife for everything, also didn't seem willing to help. Mickey tried to convince Angelina to take care of their mother, but she refused every time. It became clear they were expecting me to do it. I felt attached to my job. I'd been there since high school, but I couldn't stand watching the family argue and push the responsibility onto someone else. My mother-in-law had been so kind to me, and I wanted to support her. So, I made my decision. I said, I'll quit my job and take care of her. We'll live together from now on. Please treat me well. My father-in-law thanked me warmly, saying, Thank you, Charlotte, but Angelina didn't seem happy at all. Mickey asked me, Are you sure about this? If it's too much, we can hire a professional to take care of Mom. I nodded and said, It's okay. I felt I owed a lot to my mother-in-law. Hiring a professional would cost money, and I worried it might make her uncomfortable. I believed it would be better for her to be cared for by family, even though I was just her daughter-in-law. I knew my father-in-law wasn't someone who handled responsibilities well, and Angelina had a mean-spirited personality. I was anxious about living with them, but I quit my job, moved in, and started our new life together. Living with my in-laws turned out to be even harder than I expected. Mother-in-law's health made her feel frustrated and embarrassed. She often apologized to me, saying, I'm so sorry you have to take care of me, even for something as simple as helping her to the bathroom. Seeing her like that broke my heart. On top of that, Angelina's bullying became a heavy emotional burden. I came from a family without much money and had worked since high school instead of going to college. Angelina often mocked my education. For example, while eating the food I cooked, she'd talk to father-in-law about work and suddenly say, Oh, sorry, Charlotte, this conversation might be too complicated for someone who only finished high school. I shouldn't have brought it up. Or she'd say, You're just a lowly high school graduate daughter-in-law, so at least take care of Mom properly. Mother-in-law would scold her whenever she overheard, saying, Don't say such things to Charlotte. Angelina didn't like being scolded, so she started bad-mouthing me behind my back when mother-in-law wasn't around. She'd say things like, I have a respectable job, and Charlotte's just a high school graduate. It's only natural for her to do the housework, but at least cook something that tastes good for once. It's always terrible. One day, while I was cooking, she said this again. I even thought about not serving her a meal at all. Despite everything, I held back. When Angelina found a spot I hadn't cleaned perfectly, she'd loudly say things like, Wow, the trashy daughter-in-law can't even tell the difference between dirt and trash. Look at all this garbage piled up. Even then, I didn't respond. I didn't want anyone, especially my mother-in-law, to find out that Angelina and I weren't getting along. It would have been too much for her to handle. When my mother-in-law asked, Angelina isn't being mean to you, is she? I'd smile and say, I'm fine. Mickey often worried about me too, asking, Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard? I lied to him as well, replying, I'm fine. Mickey worked hard under a strict boss, and I didn't want to add family issues to his stress. My father-in-law, on the other hand, acted like he didn't notice how much I was being insulted. To him, it probably didn't matter what Angelina said to me as long as someone was taking care of the housework. I reminded myself why I was doing this, for my mother-in-law, who had always been kind to me, and for Mickey. These thoughts kept me going as I cared for her for an entire year. Then, one day, my mother-in-law passed away peacefully in her sleep. At the funeral, Angelina accused me through tears, saying, "Mama died because you didn't take proper care of her. You're such a useless, trashy daughter-in-law." Her words hit me hard. I had done everything I could for my mother-in-law, but now I couldn't stop wondering if it was my fault. Maybe I had missed something, and maybe I wasn't good enough. During the funeral, I felt completely numb, like an empty shell. Mickey was kind and tried to comfort me, but Angelina kept making comments whenever he wasn't around. After the funeral, Angelina kept saying things like, "You're really useless." With my mother-in-law gone, there was no reason for me to keep living with my in-laws. One day, as I stood in my suit looking at her empty bed, my father-in-law approached me and pleaded, "Please, Charlotte, my wife has passed away, but can't you continue living with us?" He couldn't do any housework, and I couldn't imagine Angelina stepping up either. It was clear he wanted me to stay on as a housekeeper. I was shocked, but more than anything, I was appalled that he'd make such a request right after my mother-in-law's funeral. I thought, this man only thinks about himself. I didn't answer right away. I told him, "I need to consult with Mickey, I can't decide on my own." He clung to me, begging, "Please, I'm begging you," but I stood firm, saying I'd talk to Mickey first. The conversation ended without any resolution. A few days later, Mickey said to me, "Charlotte, Mom has passed away. There's no need to live together anymore. Let's move out and live just the two of us. You've been through so much, haven't you?" I felt a huge sense of relief. I wanted to end this cohabitation too. With my mother-in-law gone, there was no reason to stay with Angelina, who insulted me, or with my father-in-law, who treated me like a housekeeper. Grateful for Mickey's understanding, we decided to leave the in-laws' house and start fresh as a couple. Our plan to move out was completely crushed by Angelina. "What? I won't allow you to leave," she shouted furiously when Mickey and I told her and my father-in-law about our decision. "Saying something like this right after Mom's gone is too heartless." Mickey defended me, saying, "It's not heartless. Charlotte took really good care of Mom. She deserves to be free now." Angelina snapped back, "A high school graduate like her can't find a job now. If she can't be useful to society, she should at least stay here and do housework to be useful to Dad and me." Mickey stood up for me again. "Charlotte was excellent at her job. You have no right to talk to her like that." Despite his protests, Angelina stormed out of the room, yelling, "Neither Mickey nor Charlotte is leaving this house." The discussion ended abruptly. But Mickey wasn't deterred. "We can just leave on our own," he said, and began looking for a new place. I started preparing for the move too, balancing housework and property searches while keeping things orderly to avoid Angelina's complaints. Unfortunately, Angelina noticed and started sabotaging me. When I organized our belongings, she'd scatter them around, shouting, "Heartless person, I'll never let you leave this house." When I made calls to real estate agents, she'd snatch my phone and tell them, "Please ignore that conversation, it's not happening." Her behavior became completely out of control. Mickey confronted her every time, but she just screamed back, "Your wife is the worst, you have no eye for women." Nothing ever changed. One evening during dinner, when Mickey and I were at our wits' end, Angelina suddenly spoke to me in an unusually cheerful tone. "Charlotte, tomorrow my fiancé is coming over. I know you're a useless piece of trash, but try to use your brainless head and read the room, okay?" I was used to being berated at the dinner table when Mickey wasn't around, but the word fiancé coming out of Angelina's mouth caught me off guard. I couldn't help but think, there's actually a man in the world who wants to marry her? It was rude, but I was genuinely shocked. Throughout dinner, she kept telling me to be a good girl tomorrow, and I responded vaguely, ending the day doing housework as usual. The next day, Angelina dressed more stylishly than I'd ever seen her and brought her fiancé, Randolph, to the house. He wore a well-fitted suit, was polite, and seemed intelligent. Again, I thought to myself, why would someone like him want to marry Angelina? As I prepared drinks, I overheard their conversation in the living room. Angelina was speaking in a sweet, cajoling voice to Randolph and my father-in-law. "That girl you saw earlier is Mickey's wife. She can't do anything. I do all the housework in this house, and I worked so hard to take care of our late mom. Honestly, I think Mom could have lived longer if that girl hadn't stressed her out so much." I froze. Her words felt like a slap in the face. I had been holding back for so long, enduring her insults so I wouldn't burden Mickey or my mother-in-law, but this time, the anger I'd suppressed all year came rushing out. Everything, every chore, every moment spent taking care of mother-in-law, was my work. Angelina never helped with anything. Determined, I walked into the living room with the drinks. Smiling, I greeted Randolph. "Hello, as you were introduced, I'm the high school graduate, bottom of the barrel, useless trash. Nice to meet you." Angelina let out a panicked shout. "What are you doing?" But I continued calmly. Angelina really guides me well. She evaluates every meal I make as tasteless, laughs while calling me trash cleaning trash, and blames me for mother-in-law's early passing because of my so-called incompetence. Angelina snapped. "What are you saying?" She stormed over and yanked my hair, screaming, "Stop it." Randolph looked shocked and confused, stammering, What is going on?" I felt sorry for him. Clearly, he had never seen this side of Angelina, but I hoped this moment would make him rethink marrying her. I felt like I had saved Randolph from a terrible situation, so I excused myself mentally for causing the chaos. "Well then, the trash will leave now," I said before walking out of the in-laws' house, taking only my valuables. Father-in-law sat silently, not wanting to get involved, while Angelina raged furiously and Randolph, near tears, tried to calm her down. Watching their reactions felt oddly refreshing. I left and went to stay at my parents' house. When I explained everything to them, they were shocked by Angelina's behavior and father-in-law's indifference. "Do as you please from now on, Charlotte," they told me. For the first time in a long while, I relaxed and felt at peace. That evening, Mickey came to my parents' house after a long day at work. He had been yelled at by Angelina, who blamed him for everything. Unable to get a straight answer from her, he learned from father-in-law that I had left and came straight to me. "We should have moved out sooner," he said. "I knew my sister and father had been tormenting you, and I'm sorry I couldn't stop it. From now on, I'll always protect you. If you'll still have me, I want you to stay with me as my wife forever." I apologized, saying, "Mickey, I'm sorry for ruining Angelina's engagement. She's your sister, after all." But Mickey hugged me tightly and reassured me, "Charlotte, you did nothing wrong." I stayed with my parents for a while, and Mickey moved my belongings to our new place. Soon after, we found a nice home and started a peaceful life together. Angelina and father-in-law tried calling us every day, but we blocked them. Mickey later told me that Angelina's engagement was called off. Randolph had been so shocked by her behavior that he said, "I need to rethink marriage," and then cut all contact with her. Angelina screamed and cried, blaming Mickey, but he calmly replied, "Charlotte just told the truth." Father-in-law, now desperate without anyone to do the housework, asked Mickey, "Can you bring Charlotte back?" Mickey firmly replied, "I'm cutting ties with this house." A few months later, I found out I was pregnant. Mickey was overjoyed and decided to leave his demanding job for a less stressful one, saying, "I want to raise our child together with you. We haven't told the in-laws about the baby and don't plan to. Their attitudes wouldn't change, so there's no reason to involve them in our happiness." Now, with my belly growing, Mickey and I are looking forward to welcoming our child. We're living peacefully, enjoying each day together.
The first time I realized my father hated me, I was 7 years old. My name is Rachel Merrick, and I've spent most of my life trying to earn the love of a man who sees me as nothing but a burden. "Rachel, get down here and set the table." Dad's voice boomed from the kitchen, making me flinch. I scrambled down the stairs, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste to obey. As I entered the kitchen, the aroma of Mom's pot roast filled the air. Dad stood by the counter, his face twisted in a scowl. "Can't you move any faster? Your mother's been slaving away all day, and you can't even be bothered to help." I grabbed the plates from the cabinet, my small hands trembling. "I'm sorry, Dad. I was just Dash." "I don't want to hear your excuses," he snapped, cutting me off. "Just do as you're told." Mom glanced over her shoulder, her eyes distant. "Jasper, please. She's trying her best." Dad's jaw clenched. "Her best isn't good enough. It never has been." I felt my chest tighten as I carefully laid out the plates, desperate to avoid making any noise that might set him off again. As I reached for the silverware drawer, I heard the front door open. "We're home." Aunt Margot's cheerful voice rang out, followed by the pitter-patter of little feet. My 3-year-old sister, Isla, burst into the kitchen, her curls bouncing. "Daddy, she squealed, running straight into his arms. Dad's entire demeanor changed in an instant. His scowl melted into a warm smile as he scooped Isla up. "There's my little princess. Did you have fun with Aunt Margot?" I watched, a familiar ache settling in my chest as Dad showered Isla with affection. It was always like this. Isla was the golden child, the one who could do no wrong. And I was the mistake. Aunt Margot entered the kitchen, her kind eyes finding mine. "Hello, Rachel. How are you, sweetheart?" Before I could answer, Dad cut in. "She's fine." Rachel finished setting the table. Aunt Margot frowned, but said nothing. She knew better than to challenge Dad when he was in one of his moods. As we sat down to eat, the conversation revolved entirely around Isla, her day at the park, her new words, her latest accomplishments. I pushed my food around my plate, feeling invisible. "Rachel," Mom's voice startled me. "Why aren't you eating? I made this especially for your father." I forced a smile. "It's delicious, Mom. I'm just not very hungry." Dad's eyes narrowed. "You're ungrateful. That's what you are. Do you know how many kids would kill for a meal like this?" "I'm sorry," I whispered, fighting back tears. "May I be excused?" "No," Dad said firmly. "You'll sit here and finish your dinner like a good girl, and then you'll do the dishes." Aunt Margot cleared her throat. "Jasper, don't you think Dash?" "This doesn't concern you, Margot," Dad snapped. "She's my daughter, and I'll raise her as I see fit." The rest of the meal passed in tense silence. As soon as it was over, I hurried to clear the table, desperate to escape to my room. As I stood at the sink, up to my elbows in soapy water, I heard Dad's voice from the living room. "I swear, that girl is the bane of my existence. If it wasn't for her, we could have had the life we always dreamed of." "Jasper, please." Mom's voice was barely audible. "She might hear you." "Let her hear," Dad replied bitterly. "Maybe then she'll understand what a disappointment she is." I bit my lip hard, trying to hold back the sobs that threatened to escape. This was my life, always trying, always failing, never good enough. As I finished the dishes, I made a silent vow to myself. One day, I would prove them all wrong. One day, I would make something of myself, with or without their approval. Little did I know, that day would come sooner than I ever imagined, and it would change everything. The sizzle of garlic hitting hot oil filled the air as I expertly flipped the pan, tossing the ingredients with a practiced flick of my wrist. The bustling kitchen of Chicago's premier culinary institute hummed with energy, a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere of my childhood home. "Rachel, your technique is impeccable," Chef Marceau praised, peering over my shoulder. "That reduction is coming along beautifully." I beamed, savoring the warmth of his approval. "Thank you, Chef." As I plated my dish, my best friend Eli sidled up next to me. "Killing it as usual, Ratch. You're gonna blow everyone away at the showcase next week." I grinned, feeling a surge of confidence. "Thanks, Eli. I just hope Dash." My phone buzzed, interrupting my thought. I glanced at the screen, and my smile faltered. It was a text from Mom. "Your father wants to know when you're coming home. Isla misses you." I sighed, tucking the phone away. Eli raised an eyebrow. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just family stuff," I muttered, focusing on garnishing my plate. After class, Eli and I grabbed coffee at our favorite campus spot. As we settled into a cozy corner booth, he fixed me with a concerned look.
"Spill litt rock."
"What's going on with your folks?" I took a deep breath, tracing the rim of my mug. "They want me to come home. Dad's probably hoping I'll give up on this chef nonsense and get a real job like he's always wanted." Eli's eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me you're considering it." "No way," I said firmly. "This is my dream, Eli. I'm not giving it up for anyone." He nodded approvingly. "Good. Because you're too damn talented to waste it on their small-minded expectations." Just then, my phone rang. It was Aunt Margot. I answered, grateful for the distraction. "Hey, Aunt Margot." "Rachel, darling. How's my favorite culinary prodigy?" I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. "I'm good, Aunt Margot. Just finished another day of classes. Wonderful. Listen, I've got some exciting news. I've been talking to an old friend who owns a restaurant in the city. He's looking for some fresh talent for a summer internship. I may have mentioned your name. My heart raced. Are you serious? Aunt Margot, that's incredible. You deserve it, sweetheart. You've worked so hard. I'm sending you the details now. Oh, and one more thing. I heard the rustle of paper, then Aunt Margot's voice softened. I know things haven't been easy with your parents. I want you to have this. Consider it a little boost to help you chase your dreams. My phone pinged with a notification. I checked it and gasped. Aunt Margot had sent me a generous financial gift. Aunt Margot, I don't know what to say. I stammered, tears pricking my eyes. You don't have to say anything, dear. Just promise me you'll keep following your passion. You have a gift, Rachel. Don't let anyone dim your light. After we hung up, I sat in stunned silence. Eli leaned forward, concern etched on his face. Ratch? What is it? I showed him the notification, still in disbelief. Aunt Margot.
She believes in me, Eli.
She really believes in me. Eli grinned, squeezing my hand. Of course she does. We all do. It's about time you started believing in yourself, too. As we left the coffee shop, a new sense of determination filled me. I had support, I had talent, and now I had the means to take the next step towards my dreams. That night, as I pored over the internship details, my phone buzzed again. Another text from Mom. Your father's asking about your plans after graduation. He says it's time to be practical. I stared at the message, a familiar mix of frustration and defiance rising within me. Then, with a deep breath, I typed out a reply. Tell Dad I am being practical. I'm pursuing a career I'm passionate about and skilled in. I'm staying in Chicago this summer for an internship. This is my path, and I'm following it. I hit send before I could second-guess myself. Then, turning back to my culinary textbooks, I threw myself into planning for the showcase. I had a point to prove, not just to my family, but to myself. For the first time in my life, I felt truly free. And I was hungry for more. The familiar scent of home hit me as I stepped through the front door, a bittersweet mixture of nostalgia and dread. I'd barely set my bags down when Mom's voice called out from the kitchen. Rachel, is that you? Come help me with dinner. I sighed, steeling myself. Coming, Mom. The kitchen was a flurry of activity. Mom stood at the stove, stirring a pot of what looked like her infamous bland stew. Dad sat at the table, newspaper in hand, not bothering to look up as I entered. About time you got here, he grumbled. Your mother's been slaving away all day. I bit back a retort, instead moving to the counter to start chopping vegetables. How can I help, Mom? She glanced at me, her eyes distant. Just do what you can. You know how to cook now, don't you? I nodded, trying not to let the hurt show on my face. 4 years of culinary school, and this was all the acknowledgement I got. As I worked, I couldn't help but notice how outdated the kitchen equipment was. The knives were dull, the pots and pans worn. I thought of the state-of-the-art kitchens I'd trained in and felt a pang of longing. So, Dad's voice cut through my thoughts. What are your plans now that you've finished with that cooking hobby of yours? I tensed, focusing on the carrots I was dicing. It's not a hobby, Dad. I'm a trained chef. I'm planning to work in restaurants. Maybe open my own someday.
He scoffed.
A restaurant? That's no way to make a living. You need a real job, something stable. Before I could respond, the front door burst open. I'm home, Isla's voice rang out, followed by the sound of her bounding up the stairs. Dad's face lit up. There's my girl. How was your day, princess? I watched as he showered Isla with attention, asking about her day, her friends, her plans. The contrast to his interaction with me was stark and painful. As we sat down to eat, the conversation revolved entirely around Isla's achievements and aspirations. I pushed the bland stew around my plate, my culinary instincts screaming at the lack of seasoning and depth. Rachel, Mom's voice startled me. Why aren't you eating? Don't you like it? I forced a smile. It's fine, Mom. I'm just not very hungry. Dad's eyes narrowed. After all the effort your mother put in? You're still as ungrateful as ever, I see. I felt my temper flare. I didn't say that. I just dash. That's enough, he cut me off. If you're so good at cooking now, why don't you make dinner tomorrow? Show us what you've learned with all that money we wasted on your education. I nodded stiffly, already planning the menu in my head. I'd show them exactly what I could do. The next evening, I threw myself into preparing a gourmet meal. I used every technique I'd learned, every trick to elevate flavors and presentation. The kitchen came alive with aromas that had never graced this house before. As I set the table, arranging each plate with care, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this would be the moment they finally saw my worth. But as we sat down to eat, the reactions were underwhelming. Mom picked at her food, muttering about fancy restaurant nonsense. Dad took a few bites, then pushed his plate away. It's interesting, he said, his tone dismissive. But give me a good home-cooked meal any day. This just isn't practical, Rachel. I felt my heart sink. No matter what I did, it would never be enough. Later that night, as I was cleaning up, I heard a soft knock. My grandfather, Gideon, stepped into the kitchen, his eyes twinkling. That was quite a meal, Rachel, he said warmly. You've got a real talent. I felt tears prick my eyes at his kindness.
Thanks, Grandpa.
At least someone appreciates it. He nodded, understanding in his gaze. Then, reaching into his pocket, he pulled out an old, leather-bound book. I want you to have this. It's been in our family for generations. As I took the book, its pages yellowed with age, I realized it was filled with handwritten recipes. Gideon squeezed my shoulder. Don't let them dim your light, Rachel. You've got a gift. Use it. In that moment, holding my family's culinary legacy in my hands, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I might not have my parents' approval, but I had something far more valuable. A passion, a talent, and now, a connection to my roots. I was more determined than ever to forge my own path, no matter the obstacles. The Merrick family gathering was in full swing, the living room buzzing with conversation and laughter. I stood in the corner, nursing a glass of wine, feeling like an outsider in my own family. Aunt Margot caught my eye from across the room and offered a sympathetic smile. Rachel, dear. Grandpa Gideon's voice cut through the noise. Come here a moment, would you? I made my way through the crowd, grateful for the excuse to escape another of Dad's pointed comments about real jobs. Grandpa Gideon sat in his favorite armchair, eyes twinkling with mischief. I've got something for you, he said, pulling out a small envelope. Just a bit of fun. Inside was a scratch-off lottery ticket. I laughed, touched by the simple gesture. Thanks, Grandpa. Well, go on then, he urged. Let's see if Lady Luck is on your side today. With a playful roll of my eyes, I began scratching. As the numbers were revealed, my heart started racing. I double-checked, then triple-checked, hardly daring to believe it. Grandpa, I whispered, my voice shaking. I think I won. His eyes widened. Won what, dear?
The jackpot.
$500,000. The room fell silent as the news spread. Then, chaos erupted. 500,000?
Dad's voice boomed.
Well, isn't that something? That'll set us all up nicely. I felt a chill run down my spine. What do you mean, us all? Mom chimed in, her tone sickly sweet. Well, surely you'll share with your family, Rachel. After all we've done for you. I clutched the ticket tighter, anger and disbelief warring inside me. After all you've done for me? You mean like constantly belittling my dreams? Making me feel worthless? Dad's face darkened. Now listen here, young lady. We put a roof over your head, food on your plate. The least you can do is show some gratitude. Gratitude? I laughed bitterly. For what? For making me feel like a burden my entire life. Isla piped up, her voice small. Dad, maybe Rachel should dash. Stay out of this, Isla, Dad snapped. This is between us and your sister. I looked around the room, at the faces of my family. Some looked embarrassed, others expectant. Only Aunt Margot and Grandpa Gideon seemed to be on my side. This is my ticket, I said, my voice growing stronger. My win. And I'm not sharing it. The room erupted again, voices overlapping in a cacophony of outrage and entitlement. You selfish little dash. After all we've sacrificed, dash. I can't believe you'd do this to your own family, dash. Aunt Margot stepped forward, placing a protective hand on my shoulder. That's enough. This is Rachel's win, and it's her decision what to do with it. Dad turned on her, his face red with anger. Stay out of this, Margot. You've always coddled her, filled her head with ridiculous notions. The only ridiculous notion here, Grandpa Gideon's calm voice cut through the chaos, is the idea that Rachel owes you anything. The room fell silent once more. Grandpa rarely raised his voice, and when he did, everyone listened. This is Rachel's chance, he continued. Her opportunity to pursue her dreams. And if you can't support that, then maybe you need to take a long, hard look at yourselves. I felt tears prick my eyes, overwhelmed by his support. In that moment, I made a decision that would change everything. I'm leaving, I announced. I'm going to use this money to start my own restaurant, to build the life I've always dreamed of. Mom gasped. Rachel, you can't be serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. As I turned to leave, Isla caught my arm. Rachel, wait. I'm proud of you. I smiled at her, seeing a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. Thanks, Isla. That means a lot. With one last look at my stunned family, I walked out the door, the lottery ticket clutched tightly in my hand. It wasn't just money I was holding, it was freedom, opportunity, and the chance to finally prove myself. As I stepped into the cool night air, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. For the first time in my life, I was truly in control of my destiny. And I was ready to savor every moment of it. The key clicked in the lock of my new apartment, and I stepped inside, breathing in the scent of possibility. Boxes lined the walls, each one filled with dreams I'd been too afraid to unpack until now. I set down the last of my belongings and surveyed my new kingdom, small, but mine. My phone buzzed. Another message from Dad. You're making a mistake. Come home before it's too late. I deleted it without responding. There was no going back now. A knock at the door startled me. I opened it to find Eli grinning, a bottle of champagne in hand. Housewarming gift for the future restaurateur. I laughed, ushering him in. You're ridiculous. I haven't even started looking for locations yet. Details, he waved dismissively. We're celebrating your freedom tonight. As we sipped champagne from mismatched mugs, I shared my plans. I'm thinking of a fusion concept, something that blends traditional recipes with modern techniques. Eli nodded enthusiastically. That's perfect. It's you on a plate, honoring your roots while forging your own path. A warmth spread through me, and not just from the champagne.
This was what support felt like.
The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. I scoured the city for the perfect location, met with real estate agents, and drafted business plans. Each step forward was exhilarating, but the constant barrage of doubt-filled messages from my parents cast a shadow over my excitement. One afternoon, as I was poring over potential menu items, my phone rang. It was Aunt Margot. Rachel, darling, how's the restaurant planning coming along? I sighed, grateful for her unwavering support. It's challenging, but exciting. I think I've found the perfect location. That's wonderful. Listen, I've been thinking. I have some connections in the restaurant industry. How about I set up a meeting with a few potential investors? My heart raced. Aunt Margot, that would be incredible.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet, she chuckled. These investors can be sharks. But I believe in you, Rachel. You've got what it takes to impress them. After we hung up, I turned back to Grandpa Gideon's recipe book, seeking comfort in its worn pages. As I flipped through, a folded piece of paper fluttered to the floor. Curious, I opened it. My dearest Rachel, if you're reading this, it means you've finally taken the leap to follow your dreams. I always knew you had it in you. There's so much of your grandmother in you, her passion, her talent, her unwavering spirit. There's something you should know. Years ago, your grandmother and I owned a restaurant. It was our pride and joy, built from nothing but love and determination. We poured our hearts into every dish, every customer interaction. It was more than a business. It was our legacy. But we lost it. The details aren't important now, but know this. Dreams can be fragile things. Protect yours fiercely. Don't let anyone, not even family, steal your passion. You have a gift, Rachel. Use it. Create something beautiful. And remember, true family supports your dreams, not diminishes them. I'm so proud of you. Love, Grandpa Gideon. Tears blurred my vision as I read and reread the note. A family secret hidden all these years. Questions swirled in my mind. What happened to their restaurant? Why had no one ever mentioned it? With trembling hands, I picked up my phone and dialed Grandpa Gideon's number. It went to voicemail. "Grandpa," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "I found your note. I have so many questions. Please call me back when you can." As I hung up, a new determination filled me. I wasn't just building a restaurant anymore. I was reclaiming a legacy, honoring the dreams that had been lost. I turned back to my plans with renewed vigor. The menu began to take shape, a blend of Grandpa Gideon's traditional recipes and my own modern twists. Each dish would tell a story, our family story. As night fell, I stood at my window, looking out at the city lights. Somewhere out there was the perfect location for my restaurant. Somewhere out there were the answers to the questions burning in my mind. Tomorrow, I'd start searching for both. But tonight, I allowed myself to dream, fueled by the knowledge that I wasn't just following my own passion, I was carrying forward a family legacy. And nothing, not even my parents' disapproval, could stop me now. The rhythmic pounding of hammers and whir of power tools filled the air as I stood in the center of what would soon be my restaurant. Dust motes danced in the sunlight streaming through the newly installed windows, and for a moment, I allowed myself to bask in the progress. "Ms. Merrick?" A voice pulled me from my reverie. "We've uncovered something you might want to see." I followed the contractor to a back corner where they'd been removing old drywall. There, revealed like a time capsule, was a faded sign. Gideon's Place Est. 1975. My breath caught in my throat. Grandpa Gideon's restaurant had been here, in this very spot. It couldn't be a coincidence. That night, I pored over his recipe book with new intensity, searching for clues. As I flipped through the well-worn pages, a yellowed newspaper clipping fell out. The headline made my blood run cold. "Local restaurant closes amid family dispute." The article detailed how Gideon's Place, once a beloved neighborhood institution, had shuttered its doors after a bitter disagreement between the owner and his son-in-law. The son-in-law wasn't named, but I knew in my gut it was my father. With shaking hands, I dialed Grandpa Gideon's number. This time, he answered. "Rachel, my dear. I've been expecting your call." "Grandpa," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "The restaurant, it was here, in the same building. Did you know?" He sighed heavily. "I had my suspicions when you told me the address. It seems fate has a sense of irony." "What happened, Grandpa?" The article mentioned a dispute with Dad, but dash. "It's a long and painful story, Rachel. One I've tried to forget for many years. But perhaps it's time you knew the truth." Over the next hour, Grandpa Gideon unraveled a tale that shook me to my core. He spoke of the restaurant's early success, of the love and passion he and my grandmother had poured into every dish. And then he told me about my father's involvement. Jasper was ambitious, always looking for the next big thing. He convinced us to take out loans, to expand too quickly. When things went south, he made some questionable decisions. Cooked the books, so to speak. I felt sick. Dad embezzled money. He thought he could fix it before anyone noticed. But by the time it all came to light, the damage was done. We lost everything. The restaurant, our savings, nearly our home. Tears streamed down my face as the pieces fell into place. Dad's bitterness, his resentment towards me and my culinary dreams, it all stemmed from his own failures and guilt. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" I whispered. "We wanted to protect you, Rachel." And Jasper, well, he made it clear he never wanted it mentioned again. I think the shame ate away at him over the years. As we said our goodbyes, a steely resolve settled over me. I wasn't just opening a restaurant anymore. I was reclaiming a legacy, righting a wrong that had festered for decades. The next morning, I arrived at the construction site with renewed purpose. I gathered my team, sharing my vision with a passion that surprised even me. We're not just creating a restaurant, I told them. We're resurrecting a piece of history. Every dish will tell a story, every recipe a tribute to those who came before us. As we worked, I incorporated elements of Gideon's Place into the design, subtle nods to the past that most wouldn't notice, but that filled me with a sense of connection to my roots. The menu began to take shape, a perfect blend of Grandpa Gideon's classic recipes and my own modern twists. Each dish was a conversation between past and present, tradition and innovation. But as opening day approached, a nagging worry gnawed at me. How would my parents react when they realized what I'd done? Would they see it as an act of defiance, a public airing of family secrets? I pushed the thoughts aside, focusing on the tasks at hand. There would be time for confrontations later. For now, I had a restaurant to open, a legacy to honor. As I stood in the nearly finished dining room, surrounded by the ghosts of the past and the promise of the future, I made a silent vow. I would make this place a success, not just for myself, but for Grandpa Gideon, for the dreams that had been stolen from him. And if my parents couldn't accept that, well, they'd have to learn to live with disappointment for a change. The soft glow of candlelight danced across the polished surfaces of Legacy, my restaurant, on its opening night. The air hummed with excitement and the tantalizing aroma of Grandpa Gideon's recipes, reimagined with my own modern twists. I stood in the kitchen, heart racing, as I watched my dream unfold before my eyes. Eli appeared at my side, grinning. "Rachel, it's packed out there. You've done it." I allowed myself a moment of pride before refocusing on the task at hand. "Thanks, Eli. Let's make sure every dish is perfect." As I moved to check on a simmering sauce, Aunt Margot burst into the kitchen, her face pale. "Rachel, honey, you need to come out front. Your parents are here." My stomach dropped. I'd sent them an invitation out of obligation, never expecting them to actually show up. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and headed for the dining room. There they stood, looking out of place amidst the celebratory atmosphere. Dad's face was set in its usual scowl, while Mom fidgeted nervously with her purse strap. "Rachel," Dad's voice was gruff. "We need to talk. In private." I led them to a small office off the main floor, my mind racing. As soon as the door closed behind us, Dad rounded on me. "What do you think you're playing at?" he hissed. "Using your grandfather's recipes? Naming dishes after him? You have no right." I felt a surge of anger. "No right? This is my heritage, Dad. My legacy." "Legacy," he scoffed. "You don't know the first thing about legacy. We sacrificed everything for you girls, and this is how you repay us." Mom chimed in, her voice sickly sweet. "Darling, we're just concerned. Running a restaurant is so risky. Wouldn't it be better to share some of your windfall with the family? We could all benefit." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Benefit? Like how you benefited from Grandpa Gideon's restaurant before you ran it into the ground. The color drained from Dad's face. "What are you talking about?" "I know everything, Dad. About Gideon's Place, about the embezzlement, about how you destroyed Grandpa's dream." "You ungrateful little dash," Dad's hand raised, and for a moment, I thought he might strike me. But then a voice cut through the tension. "Don't you dare touch her." We all turned to see Isla standing in the doorway, her eyes blazing with a fire I'd never seen before. "Isla, honey," Mom started, but Isla cut her off. "No, Mom. I've listened to you two tear Rachel down for years. I've watched you favor me, push her aside, make her feel worthless. And for what? To cover up your own failures and guilt." Dad's face contorted with rage. "You have no idea what you're talking about, young lady." "Don't I?" Isla shot back. "I've always known something was off. The way you flinched whenever restaurants were mentioned, the bitter comments about failed dreams. It all makes sense now." I stared at my sister in awe, seeing her in a new light. All this time, I'd thought she was oblivious to our parents' manipulation, when in reality, she'd been suffering too. "This ends now," I said, finding strength in Isla's support. "You two have no claim on this restaurant or its profits. This is my dream, my hard work, and my redemption of our family's legacy." "You can't do this," Dad sputtered. "We're parents. We deserve dash." "You deserve nothing," I interrupted, my voice steady. "If you can't be happy for me, if you can't support my dreams, then you have no place here. Not in my restaurant, and not in my life." A heavy silence fell over the room. Mom's eyes darted between Dad and me, uncertain. Dad's face was a storm of emotions, anger, shame, and something that might have been regret. Finally, Isla spoke again. "Rachel's right. It's time for us to go, Mom and Dad. This is her night, her triumph. We should never have come here to ruin it." As Isla ushered our shell-shocked parents out, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I'd confronted the ghosts of my past and come out stronger. Returning to the bustling dining room, I was greeted by the sight of happy customers, the sound of laughter, and the rich aromas of my culinary creations. This was my world now, my family. And as I dove back into the rhythm of the kitchen, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, I was ready to face them. On my own terms, with my own strength, and with the true support of those who believed in me. The aroma of sizzling garlic and fresh herbs filled the air as I moved through the bustling kitchen of Legacy. 6 months had passed since our tumultuous opening night, and the restaurant had blossomed beyond my wildest dreams. "Rachel." Isla's voice called out over the clatter of pots and pans. The food critic from the Tribune just arrived. I nodded, taking a deep breath to calm my nerves. This review could cement our reputation as one of Chicago's top dining destinations. As I put the finishing touches on the critic's first course, my eyes fell on the framed photo hanging in the corner of the kitchen. It was a picture of Grandpa Gideon in front of his original restaurant, his eyes twinkling with pride. Next to it hung the handwritten recipe book he'd given me, now a cherished relic of our family's culinary legacy. "You've got this, Ratch," Eli said, squeezing my shoulder as he passed. "Your food speaks for itself." I smiled gratefully at my friend, now my sous chef. "Thanks, Eli. Let's show them what legacy is all about." As the evening progressed, I lost myself in the rhythm of the kitchen, the dance of flavors and textures that had become my life's passion. Each dish that left the past was a piece of my heart, a fragment of my family's story reimagined. Hours later, as the last customers trickled out, Isla burst into the kitchen, her face flushed with excitement. "Rachel, you're not going to believe this. The critic, he loved it. He's calling Legacy a triumphant blend of nostalgia and innovation." We did it. The kitchen erupted in cheers. As I hugged my sister, tears of joy streaming down my face, I caught sight of a familiar figure standing in the doorway. "Grandpa," I gasped. Grandpa Gideon stepped forward, his eyes misty. "I couldn't stay away any longer. I had to see for myself what you've accomplished." As he looked around the kitchen, taking in the modern equipment alongside the old family photos and recipes, his face broke into a wide smile. "You've done it, Rachel. You've reclaimed our legacy and made it your own." We spent the next hour showing Grandpa around, introducing him to the staff, and sharing stories of the past few months. As we sat in a quiet corner of the empty dining room, Grandpa reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. "I have something for you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "It's a letter from your father." My heart clenched. I hadn't spoken to my parents since opening night. With trembling hands, I opened the letter and began to read. "Rachel, I've spent months trying to find the words to express how deeply I regret my actions, both recent and long past. The truth is, I've been a coward. I allowed my own failures and guilt to poison our relationship, to blind me to the incredible person you've become. Seeing the success you've made of Legacy, hearing about how you've honored your grandfather's memory while forging your own path, it's made me realize how wrong I've been. You are everything I wish I had been brave enough to be. I know I have no right to ask for your forgiveness, but I hope that someday you might allow me the chance to try to make amends. To be the father you always deserved. With love and deepest regret.
Dad.
As I finished reading, I looked up to see Isla and Grandpa watching me with concern. Are you okay? Isla asked softly. I took a deep breath, surprised by the sense of peace that washed over me. I am. For the first time in a long time, I really am. In that moment, surrounded by the warmth of my restaurant and the love of my true family, not just those related by blood, but the family I'd chosen and built, I realized that I had finally found my place in the world. Legacy wasn't just a restaurant. It was a testament to the power of perseverance, of honoring the past while embracing the future. It was the culmination of a journey that had taught me the true meaning of family, of self-worth, and of following one's dreams against all odds. As we raised our glasses in a quiet toast, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, I was ready to face them. I had reclaimed my family's legacy, forged my own path, and in doing so, had finally found the acceptance and love I'd always craved, not from others, but from within myself. The future stretched out before me, as rich and full of possibility as the dishes we created each night. And I couldn't wait to see what the next chapter would bring. You think you can just walk away? You owe us, Hazel. Miriam's voice is a venomous whisper as she corners me in the hospital corridor. I press my back against the cold wall, heart pounding. The antiseptic smell of the hospital burns my nostrils as I struggle to find words. I don't owe you anything, I manage, my voice shakier than I'd like. Miriam's eyes narrow, her perfectly manicured nails digging into my arm. Everything you have is because of this family. Don't you dare forget that. A nurse pushes a cart past us, eyeing our tense standoff with concern. I use the moment to slip away from Miriam's grasp, hurrying down the hallway towards Callum's room. My name is Hazel, and 12 hours ago, I thought I had the perfect life. Now, I'm not sure what I have anymore. I pause outside Callum's door, steadying myself. Through the small window, I can see him lying there, bandaged and bruised. My husband, the man I thought I knew. Taking a deep breath, I push open the door. Callum's eyes flutter open at the sound, a weak smile spreading across his face. Hazel, he croaks. You're here. I force a smile, moving to his bedside. Of course I'm here. How are you feeling? He reaches for my hand, and I let him take it, ignoring the way my skin crawls at his touch. Better now that you're here. I'm so sorry, love. I never meant for any of this to happen. I swallow hard, fighting back the urge to scream. Does he mean the accident, or everything else? Callum, I start, my voice low. We need to talk about. The door swings open, and Edgar shuffles in, his weathered face creased with concern. How's our boy doing? He asks, patting Callum's leg. I step back, letting father and son have their moment. As I watch them, my mind drifts to last night, to the moment everything changed. I'd been waiting up for Callum, as I often did these days. His late nights at the office had become more frequent, and a nagging doubt had taken root in my chest. When his phone buzzed on the coffee table, I told myself I wouldn't look. I told myself to trust him, but I looked. The message preview was brief, but it was enough. Can't wait to see you tomorrow, baby. Last night was amazing. Fiona. In that moment, my world shattered. Now, standing in this sterile hospital room, I feel like I'm watching a play unfold. Callum, the doting husband. Edgar, the concerned father. And me, the loving wife, keeping it all together.
But it's all a lie.
Hazel. Callum's voice snaps me back to the present. You okay, love? You seem a million miles away. I plaster on another fake smile. Just tired. It's been a long night. Edgar pats my shoulder. Why don't you go home and rest? I'll stay with Callum for a while. I nod, grateful for the escape. As I turn to leave, Callum calls out, I love you, Hazel. Thank you for being here. The words twist in my gut like a knife. I manage a weak, love you too, before fleeing the room. In the hallway, I lean against the wall, struggling to breathe. How did we get here? How did the life I thought was so perfect turn out to be built on lies? I think back to when Callum and I first met. I was fresh out of a painful breakup, and he swept me off my feet with his charm and promises of stability. The Monroes welcomed me with open arms, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I belonged somewhere. But now, I see the cracks in the facade. Miriam's constant criticism, masked as concern. Callum's growing distance. The pressure to have children, to be the perfect Monroe wife. As I make my way to the parking lot, my phone buzzes. It's a text from Lydia, my best friend. "How are you holding up? Want me to come over?" I type back a quick, "Yes, please," before getting into my car. As I sit there, key in the ignition, I realize I'm at a crossroads. I can pretend everything's fine, keep playing the role of the dutiful wife. Or I can face the truth and fight for the life I deserve. The engine roars to life, and with it, a new determination fills me. I may not know what the future holds, but I know one thing for certain. I'm done living a lie. I step into the Monroe household, the air thick with tension. Miriam's critical gaze follows me as I move through the living room, her lips pursed in disapproval. "Hazel, dear," she calls, her voice syrupy sweet. "Come sit with me. We need to talk about Callum's recovery and other matters." I steel myself, sinking into the plush armchair across from her. "What other matters, Miriam?" She leans forward, eyes narrowing. "You know what I'm talking about. It's been 5 years, Hazel. When are you going to give this family an heir?" The familiar ache blooms in my chest. "Miriam, we've been over this. Callum and I." "Are you even trying?" she interrupts. "Maybe if you put as much effort into starting a family as you do into your little hobbies, we'd have grandchildren by now." I bite my tongue, remembering the countless doctor's appointments, the treatments, the disappointments. Callum had been supportive at first, but lately, "We're doing our best." I manage, my voice tight. Miriam scoffs. "Your best clearly isn't good enough. Do you know what people are saying? That you're too selfish to have children. That you're holding Callum back." Her words cut deep, reopening old wounds. I stand abruptly, needing to escape. "I should check on Callum. The doctor said he needs rest." As I hurry up the stairs, I hear Miriam mutter, "Useless girl. I told Callum he should have married someone else." I pause outside Callum's room, taking a deep breath to compose myself. When I enter, he's propped up in bed, scrolling through his phone. He barely glances up as I approach. "How are you feeling?" I ask, perching on the edge of the bed. He shrugs, wincing slightly. "Been better. Did you bring my work laptop? I need to send some emails."
I frown.
"Callum, you're supposed to be resting. The doctor said." "I know what the doctor said," he snaps. "But I can't afford to fall behind at work."
Not now.
The irritation in his voice surprises me. "What do you mean, not now?" He hesitates, then sighs. "There's a big promotion coming up. I'm in the running, but it's not guaranteed. I need to stay on top of things." I nod slowly, a knot forming in my stomach. Is this why he's been working so late? Or is it just another lie? "I'll get your laptop," I say quietly, standing to leave. As I reach the door, Callum calls out, "Hazel?"
I'm sorry.
"I know things have been difficult lately. Once this promotion comes through, everything will be better. I promise." I force a smile, not trusting myself to speak. As I close the door behind me, I wonder how many more promises he'll make and break. Downstairs, I find Edgar in the study, poring over a stack of papers. He looks up as I enter, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. "Hazel, my dear, how are you holding up?" I sink into the chair across from him, suddenly exhausted. "I'm managing." Edgar nods, understanding in his gaze. "Miriam giving you a hard time again?" I shrug, not wanting to cause more family drama. But Edgar sees right through me. "Don't let her get to you," he says gently. "Miriam, she means well in her own way, but she forgets that not everyone shares her priorities." I look at him, surprised by his candor. Edgar has always been the quiet one, rarely speaking against his wife. "What about you, Edgar?" I ask. "What are your priorities?" He's silent for a moment, his weathered hands fidgeting with a pen. "Peace," he says finally. "A quiet life, free from all this chaos." Something in his tone makes me wonder if he's as trapped in this family as I feel. Before I can respond, Miriam's voice rings out from the hallway. "Edgar, where's that financial report? The bank's calling again." Edgar sighs, the weariness evident on his face. "Duty calls," he murmurs, gathering his papers. As he leaves, I'm struck by the realization that perhaps I'm not the only one suffocating under the weight of Monroe family expectations. Later that evening, as I'm preparing dinner, my phone buzzes. It's a text from Lydia. "Hey girl, how are you holding up? Drinks tomorrow night." I smile, grateful for the lifeline my best friend is offering.
God, yes.
I need to get out of this house. As I set the table for dinner, my mind wanders to the future. How long can I keep living like this? Pretending everything's fine when I'm drowning in doubt and resentment? Miriam sweeps into the dining room, eyeing the table critically. "Only 4 place settings? I told you my sister's coming for dinner." I freeze, panic rising. "I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll add another." "Honestly, Hazel," Miriam interrupts, exasperation dripping from every word. "How do you expect to manage a household if you can't even remember a simple dinner guest?" As she bustles around, fixing my table settings, I feel something inside me snap. The facade I've been maintaining starts to crumble. I may not know what the future holds, but I know one thing for certain. Something has to change. And soon. I stand in our bedroom, Callum's phone clutched in my trembling hand. The house is quiet, everyone else asleep. But my world is imploding. "Can't wait to see you tomorrow, baby. Last night was amazing. Fiona." The words blur as tears fill my eyes. I scroll through the messages, each one a dagger to my heart. Photos, intimate conversations, plans for secret rendezvous. It's all there, laid bare in cold, unforgiving pixels. I sink onto the bed, our bed, where just days ago, I thought we were happy. How long has this been going on? How many nights did he lie next to me, thinking of her? A soft ping breaks the silence. Another message from Fiona. "Hope your wife bought the working late excuse again. You really should leave her already." Rage surges through me, hot and fierce. I want to scream, to break things, to confront Callum right now. But a cold, calculating voice in my head tells me to wait.
To plan.
I take a deep breath, forcing myself to think clearly. Who is this Fiona? The name sounds vaguely familiar. I open Callum's contact list, scrolling until I find her. Fiona Blake. Of course. The new junior executive at his firm. The one he couldn't stop talking about when she first started. My fingers hover over her number. Should I call her? Confront her?
No.
Not yet. I need more information. I spend the next hour combing through Callum's phone, taking screenshots, forwarding emails to myself. By the time I'm done, I have a complete picture of their affair. 3 months. It's been going on for 3 months. As dawn breaks, I slip back into bed, my mind racing. Callum stirs beside me, reaching out in his sleep. I recoil from his touch, disgust replacing the love I once felt. "Hazel," he mumbles, eyes still closed. "You okay?" I swallow hard, forcing my voice to remain steady.
Fine.
"Just couldn't sleep." He nods, already drifting back to sleep. I watch him, this stranger I've shared my life with, and make a decision. I won't confront him. Not yet. First, I need a plan. The next morning, I go through the motions of our normal routine. I make breakfast, help Callum with his tie, kiss him goodbye as he leaves for work. But inside, I'm seething. As soon as he's gone, I call Lydia. "I need to see you," I say, my voice cracking. "It's important." An hour later, we're sitting in a quiet corner of our favorite cafe. Lydia listens in shocked silence as I spill everything. "That bastard," she hisses when I finish. "I'll kill him." I shake my head.
No.
I need to handle this myself. But I don't know how. Lydia takes my hand, her eyes fierce with loyalty. "Whatever you need, I'm here. But Hazel, you can't stay with him. You know that, right?" I nod, the reality of my situation sinking in. I know. But it's not just about leaving Callum. It's about leaving the Monroes. They'll try to destroy me if I walk away. Then we destroy them first, Lydia says, a determined glint in her eye. You've got evidence, right? Use it. We spend the next few hours plotting. By the time we part, I have a plan. It's risky, potentially devastating, but it's the only way I can see to free myself from the Monroe's grip. That evening, I return home to find Miriam in the kitchen, preparing dinner. She looks up as I enter, her usual critical expression in place. There you are, she says. I was beginning to think you'd abandoned your duties for the day. I force a smile. Just catching up with a friend. Can I help with dinner? Miriam waves me away. I've got it under control. Heaven knows what state the meal would be in if I left it to you. I bite back a retort, reminding myself that soon, I won't have to endure this anymore. As I turn to leave, Miriam calls out, "Oh, Hazel?" Callum called. "He's working late again tonight. Don't wait up." The lie slides so easily from her lips. Does she know? Is she covering for him? Thanks for letting me know. I manage, my voice tight. I retreat to our bedroom, locking the door behind me. Pulling out my phone, I dial the number I found in Callum's contacts. It rings twice before a young, breathy voice answers. "Hello. Is this Fiona Blake?" I ask, my heart pounding. "Yes, who's this?" I take a deep breath. This is Hazel Monroe, Callum's wife. There's a long pause, then a sharp intake of breath. Oh God. Listen, I can explain. Save it. I cut her off. I know everything. I've seen the messages, the photos. I know about your little affair. Please, Fiona pleads, her voice trembling. It's not what you think. Callum said he was leaving you. I laugh bitterly. Of course he did. And I'm sure you believed him, didn't you? Just like I believed him when he said he was working late. Fiona starts to speak again, but I interrupt. I'm not calling to hear your excuses. I'm calling to give you a warning. This ends now. Or I go public with everything. Your career, your reputation, it'll all be over. Do you understand? There's a long silence, then a quiet. Yes, I understand. I'm so sorry, Hazel. I never meant. I hang up, cutting off her apology. My hands are shaking, but I feel a surge of power. For the first time in years, I'm taking control of my life. As I stare out the window, watching the sun set on another day in this gilded cage, I make a vow to myself. This is just the beginning. By the time I'm done, the Monroes will wish they'd never met me. I stride into Callum's hospital room, my heart pounding but my resolve unwavering. Miriam sits by his bedside, fussing over his pillows. They both look up as I enter, their smiles fading at the sight of my grim expression. Hazel, Callum asks, concern creeping into his voice. What's wrong? I take a deep breath, steeling myself. I think it's time we had a talk. All of us. Miriam stands, her eyes narrowing. What's this about? I pull out my phone, my fingers trembling slightly as I pull up the incriminating messages. It's about the truth, Miriam. The truth Callum's been hiding from all of us. Callum's face pales. Hazel, wait. But I'm done waiting. I turn the phone screen towards them, watching as Miriam's eyes widen in shock and Callum's face crumples in guilt. 3 months, I say, my voice surprisingly steady. 3 months you've been lying to me, sneaking around with Fiona Blake. Miriam gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. Callum, tell me this isn't true. Callum looks between us, panic clear in his eyes. I can explain. Explain what? I cut him off. How you've been making a fool of me. How you've been risking everything we've built for some office fling. It's not like that, he pleads. Fiona, she understands me. She doesn't pressure me like I do. I finish for him, anger flaring. Because I want a family? Because I expect you to be a partner, not just a provider. Miriam, recovering from her initial shock, steps forward. Now, Hazel, let's not be hasty. I'm sure this is all just a misunderstanding. I turn to her, disbelief coloring my voice. A misunderstanding? Did you not see the messages, Miriam? The photos? These things happen in marriages. she says, her tone placating. The important thing is to work through them, for the sake of the family. Her words ignite something in me, a fury I've been suppressing for years. The family? You mean your precious Monroe legacy? That's all you care about, isn't it? Not my happiness, not even Callum's. Just your reputation. Callum tries to sit up, wincing in pain. Hazel, please. We can work this out. I'll end things with Fiona, I promise. I laugh, a hollow sound that echoes in the sterile room. End things? I already took care of that. I called her Callum, told her everything. His face drains of color. You what? That's right, I say, a grim satisfaction settling over me. It's over. All of it. Miriam steps towards me, her eyes flashing with anger. Now you listen here, young lady. You can't just throw away everything we've given you over one little indiscretion. I stand my ground, meeting her gaze. Given me? What exactly have you given me, Miriam? Criticism? Pressure? The constant feeling that I'm not good enough. We gave you a family, she hisses. A place to belong. Or have you forgotten where you came from? Her words hit home, but instead of cowing me, they fuel my determination. I haven't forgotten, but I'm not that scared, lonely girl anymore. I don't need your approval, or your family name. I turn to Callum, who's watching me with a mixture of fear and awe. I loved you, I say, my voice softening slightly. I really did, but I can't do this anymore. I won't live a lie. Hazel, please, he begs. Give me another chance. I'll do better, I swear. For a moment, I waver. The life we've built, the dreams we've shared, can I really walk away from all of it? But then I remember the messages, the lies, the years of feeling inadequate. No, I say firmly, I deserve better than this. Better than both of you. I turn to leave, but Miriam grabs my arm. You can't just walk away, she snarls. You're nothing without us. You'll come crawling back, you'll see. I wrench my arm free, a surge of strength coursing through me. Watch me, I say, my voice low and dangerous. As I walk out of the room, out of the hospital, I feel a weight lifting from my shoulders. The future stretches before me, uncertain but full of possibility. Outside, I take a deep breath of fresh air. My phone buzzes, a text from Lydia. How did it go? Need backup. I smile, feeling truly free for the first time in years. It's done, I type back. Meet me for a drink? I think it's time to celebrate. As I wait for a reply, I look back at the hospital. The Monroes thought they owned me, that they could control my life. But they were wrong. This isn't an ending. It's a beginning. My beginning. And I'm ready to write my own story, on my own terms. I stand in the foyer of the Monroe family home, my suitcase packed and waiting by the door. The house feels different now, its grandeur tainted by the secrets and lies it has harbored. Miriam's voice echoes from the living room, sharp and insistent. Hazel, we need to talk.
Now.
I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the confrontation I know is coming. As I enter the living room, I'm met with Miriam's icy glare. Callum sits on the couch, his head in his hands, while Edgar stands by the window, his expression unreadable. Sit down, Miriam commands, gesturing to an armchair. I remain standing. I'd rather not. I won't be staying long. Miriam's eyes narrow. Don't be ridiculous. You're not going anywhere. I've made my decision, Miriam, I say, my voice steady despite the trembling in my hands. I'm leaving. Callum looks up, his eyes red-rimmed. Hazel, please. We can work this out. I'll do anything. I turn to him, feeling a mixture of pity and disgust. It's too late for that, Callum. You made your choice. Miriam stands, her voice rising. Now you listen here, young lady. You have no idea what you're throwing away. The Monroe name means something in this town. Without us, you're nothing. Her words hit me like a physical blow, but I stand my ground. I'd rather be nothing than live another day in this house of lies. Lies? Miriam scoffs. We gave you everything. A home, a family, a purpose. And This is how you repay us. I laugh, a bitter sound that surprises even me. A purpose? You mean being your personal punching bag? Living up to your impossible standards? Don't be so dramatic, Miriam snaps. Everything I've done has been for this family. For you and Callum. No, I say, my voice low and dangerous. Everything you've done has been for yourself. To maintain your precious control. Miriam's face contorts with rage. She steps towards me, her hand raised as if to strike. You ungrateful little. That's enough, Miriam. We all turn in shock. Edgar has stepped away from the window, his usually quiet voice firm and commanding. Edgar? Miriam gasps. What are you doing? He moves to stand beside me, his presence a surprising comfort. I'm doing what I should have done years ago. Standing up to you. Miriam's mouth opens and closes, no sound coming out. Callum looks between his parents, confusion written across his face. Edgar turns to me, his eyes kind. Hazel, I'm sorry. I should have spoken up sooner. The way Miriam has treated you, it's not right. I feel tears pricking at my eyes, touched by this unexpected support. Thank you, Edgar. Miriam seems to recover her voice. Edgar, have you lost your mind? She's tearing this family apart. Edgar shakes his head sadly.
No, Miriam.
You've been doing that for years. With your criticism, your manipulation, your obsession with appearances. I've watched you crush the spirit out of everyone in this house, including our son. Callum flinches at his father's words, a look of dawning realization on his face. Miriam's voice turns pleading. Edgar, please. Everything I've done has been for us. For our legacy. Legacy. Edgar scoffs. What legacy? A family built on lies and fear? That's not a legacy, Miriam. That's a prison. He turns to me again. Hazel, you don't have to leave. This is your home too. If anyone should go, it's… No. I interrupt gently. Thank you, Edgar. But I need to do this. For myself. He nods, understanding in his eyes. Then at least let me help you. Financially, I mean. To get you started. Miriam gasps. Edgar, you can't be serious. I'm tempted by his offer, but I shake my head. I appreciate it, but I need to do this on my own. Clean break. Edgar nods, respect clear in his expression. I understand, but if you ever need anything… Thank you, I say, meaning it. I turn to leave, but Callum's voice stops me.
Hazel, wait. I'm sorry.
For everything. I look at him, seeing for the first time the scared little boy beneath the polished exterior. I know, Callum, but sorry isn't enough. Not this time. As I pick up my suitcase and walk out the door, I hear Miriam's voice, shrill and panicked. Hazel, come back here. We're not finished, but we are. As I step into the sunlight, I feel a weight lifting from my shoulders. The road ahead is uncertain, but for the first time in years, I feel truly free. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Lydia. All set at my place. You ready for your new life, Rumi? I smile, feeling a surge of hope. On my way, I type back. And Lydia?
Thank you.
For everything. As I drive away from the Monroe estate, I catch a glimpse of Edgar in the rearview mirror. He's standing on the porch, watching me go. I raise a hand in farewell, and he nods, a small smile on his face. The future is uncertain, but I'm ready to face it. On my own terms, with my head held high. The Monroes thought they owned me, but they were wrong. My story is just beginning, and this time, I'm the one holding the pen. I stand in the middle of my new apartment, surrounded by half-unpacked boxes and the promise of a fresh start. Lydia bustles around, arranging throw pillows and chattering about paint colors. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and I find myself smiling despite the whirlwind of emotions churning inside me. Earth to Hazel, Lydia says, waving a hand in front of my face. Where'd you go just now? I shake my head, forcing myself back to the present. Sorry, just processing, I guess. Lydia's face softens. Hey, it's okay. You've been through hell. It's gonna take time. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. It's a text from Edgar. Thought you should know. The story's out. Callum's affair is public. My heart races as I show Lydia the message. She whistles low.
Damn. How do you feel about that?
I sink onto the couch, my legs suddenly weak. I don't know. Relieved? Angry?
Sad?
All of the above. Lydia sits beside me, her hand on my shoulder. All valid. Want to see what people are saying? Part of me wants to hide from it all, but a stronger part needs to know. I nod, and Lydia pulls out her tablet, quickly pulling up local news sites and social media. The headlines are brutal. Monroe heir and sex scandal. Callum Monroe's secret affair exposed. Monroe family in turmoil. As we scroll through comments and reactions, my phone rings. It's Callum. I stare at the screen, torn between answering and throwing the phone across the room. You don't have to talk to him, Lydia says gently. I take a deep breath and answer. What do you want, Callum? His voice is ragged, desperate. Hazel, please. I need you. Everything's falling apart. The firm is talking about letting me go. My friends won't return my calls, and Mother, she's beside herself. A part of me aches for him, but I push it down. I'm sorry you're struggling, Callum, but that's not my problem anymore. How can you say that, he pleads. After everything we've been through? Anger flares in me. Everything we've been through? You mean how you lied to me?
Cheated on me?
Made me feel like I was never good enough. I made a mistake, he cries. I'll do anything to make it right. Please just come home. I close my eyes, steeling myself. No, Callum. That's not my home anymore. You made your choices. Now you have to live with them. I hang up, my hand shaking. Lydia wraps me in a hug, and I let myself cry for the first time since leaving the Monroe house. As evening falls, there's a knock at the door. Lydia and I exchange wary glances. She peers through the peephole and gasps. It's Edgar. I open the door to find Edgar standing there, looking tired but determined. May I come in? I nod, stepping aside. He enters, taking in the modest apartment with a small smile. It suits you, he says. What are you doing here, Edgar? I ask, curious but cautious. He sighs, sinking into an armchair. I left Miriam. Lydia and I exchange shocked looks. What? I breathe. Edgar nods, a mix of sadness and relief on his face. After you left, things escalated. Miriam was beside herself, alternating between rage and despair. When the news of Callum's affair broke, she lost it. Started talking about using the family's influence to bury the story, to ruin Fiona's life. I feel a chill run down my spine. She wouldn't. She would, Edgar says grimly. That was the last straw for me. I couldn't stand by and watch her destroy more lives in the name of preserving the family's reputation. I sink onto the couch, stunned. I'm so sorry, Edgar. I never meant to cause all this chaos. He leans forward, his eyes intense. No, Hazel, you didn't cause this. You just had the courage to expose what was already there. The rot at the heart of the Monroe family. Lydia, who's been uncharacteristically quiet, speaks up. So, what happens now? Edgar runs a hand through his hair. I don't know. Miriam's threatening to contest the divorce, to cut me off from the family fortune. But honestly, I don't care. I'm tired of living under her thumb. I feel a surge of admiration for this man I thought I knew. What can we do to help? He smiles, a genuine warmth in his eyes. You've done more than enough, Hazel. You showed me it was possible to stand up to Miriam, to choose integrity over appearances. Now it's my turn to figure out who I am without the Monroe name defining me. As Edgar prepares to leave, he turns to me one last time. Hazel, I want you to know, I'm proud of you, and I'm sorry I didn't stand up for you sooner. Tears prick my eyes as I hug him. Thank you, Edgar, for everything. After he's gone, Lydia and I sit in stunned silence. Finally, she turns to me, a mischievous glint in her eye. Well, looks like karma's working overtime for the Monroes. I can't help but laugh, feeling lighter than I have in years. As we return to unpacking, I realize that this apartment, this new life, isn't just a fresh start. It's a victory. I've reclaimed my life from the Monroe's grip, and for the first time in years, the future looks bright. I stand outside the Monroe family's country club, my heart pounding. It's been 2 months since I left, but it feels like a lifetime. Lydia squeezes my hand reassuringly. "You sure you want to do this?" she asks. I nod, steeling myself. I need closure and answers. We push through the ornate doors into a world I once thought was mine. The annual Monroe Family Charity Gala is in full swing, the air thick with perfume, champagne, and pretense. Heads turn as we enter. I hear whispers, see pointing fingers. The scandal may have died down in the press, but here, in the heart of Monroe territory, it's still fresh. I spot Callum across the room, looking haggard and alone. Our eyes meet, and he starts towards me, but Edgar intercepts him, shaking his head. I silently thank him for the intervention. "Hazel." I turn to find Fiona Blake standing behind me, her face a mask of nervousness and guilt. "Can we talk?" "Privately?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Curiosity overrides my initial instinct to refuse. I nod, following her to a quiet corner of the terrace. Fiona wrings her hands, avoiding my gaze. "I owe you an apology. And an explanation." I cross my arms, waiting. She takes a deep breath. "The affair with Callum. It wasn't what you think. I mean, yes, it happened, but it wasn't my idea." I frown, confusion replacing anger. "What do you mean?" Fiona's eyes dart around, as if checking for eavesdroppers. "Miriam approached me 6 months ago. She said Callum was thinking of leaving you, that he was unhappy. She wanted me to distract him, keep him in the family." The world seems to tilt on its axis. "Miriam set this up?" Fiona nods miserably. "She said it was for the good of the family. That Callum needed someone who understood the pressures of his position. Someone who could give him children." The old pain flares, but it's overshadowed by a growing rage. "And you agreed to this?" "I'm not proud of it," Fiona says, her voice cracking. "But Miriam promised to fast-track my career, to make me a partner in the firm. I thought I could handle it, that it was just business. But then, you fell for him." I finish, the pieces falling into place. She nods, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Hazel. I never meant to hurt you. And when I realized how manipulative Miriam was, how she was using all of us, I couldn't be part of it anymore." I stand there, stunned. The betrayal I thought I understood has taken on a new, more insidious form. Miriam's machinations run deeper than I ever imagined. "Why are you telling me this now?" I ask. Fiona wipes her eyes. "Because you deserve the truth. And because I'm leaving. I can't stay here, can't be part of this toxic world anymore. I thought you should know before I go." As she turns to leave, I catch her arm. "Fiona, thank you for telling me." She gives me a sad smile and disappears into the crowd. I make my way back to Lydia, my mind reeling. But before I can reach her, Miriam appears, blocking my path. Well, the prodigal daughter-in-law returns," she sneers. "Come to beg forgiveness?" I look at her, really look at her, and for the first time, I see the fear behind her bravado, the desperation to maintain control. "No, Miriam," I say calmly. "I came for the truth. And I got it." Her eyes narrow. "What are you talking about?" "I know what you did," I say, my voice low but firm. "How you orchestrated Callum's affair. How you've been manipulating all of us." Miriam's face pales, but she quickly recovers. "Don't be ridiculous. You're just trying to shift blame for your failed marriage." "Am I?" I challenge. "Shall we ask Fiona? Or Callum? I wonder what they'd say if questioned about your little scheme." Fear flashes in her eyes, quickly replaced by anger. "You ungrateful little—" "That's enough, Miriam." We both turn to find Edgar standing there, his face set in grim determination. "Edgar, don't interfere," Miriam hisses. But Edgar shakes his head. "No more, Miriam. No more lies, no more manipulation. It's over." The room has gone quiet, all eyes on our little drama. Callum approaches, confusion written across his face. Mother? What's going on? I look at Callum, seeing him clearly for the first time in years. Not the charming facade or the lying cheat, but a man caught in a web not entirely of his own making. In that moment, I'm faced with a choice. I could expose Miriam's schemes, bring the whole Monroe empire crashing down. Part of me wants to, craves that vengeance. But as I look around at the shocked faces, at Edgar's quiet strength and Callum's dawning realization, I understand a fundamental truth. Revenge won't heal me. It won't undo the pain or restore what I've lost. I turn to Miriam, my voice steady. It's over. Your game's your control. It ends now. Not because I'm exposing you, but because I'm walking away. For good this time. I see the shock in her eyes, the disbelief that I'm not playing by her rules. As I walk away, head held high, I feel a weight lifting. The future is uncertain, but for the first time in years, it's mine to shape. Lydia falls into step beside me as we exit the club. You okay? She asks softly. I take a deep breath of the cool night air. No, I admit, but I will be. I stand in front of the mirror, adjusting my blazer and taking a deep breath. It's been a year since I walked away from the Monroes, and today marks another milestone in my journey. You ready for this? Lydia asks, poking her head into my room. I nod, a mix of nervousness and excitement bubbling in my chest. As ready as I'll ever be. We make our way to the community college, where I'm about to sit for my final exam to become a certified public accountant. The campus is buzzing with energy, students rushing to and fro. I feel a sense of belonging here that I never experienced in the Monroe world. As we approach the exam hall, I spot a familiar figure waiting outside. Edgar, what are you doing here? I ask, surprised but pleased to see him. He smiles warmly. I couldn't miss this. I'm so proud of you, Hazel. Tears prick my eyes as I hug him. Thank you, Edgar, for everything. He pats my back. You did this all on your own. Now go show them what you're made of. With one last deep breath, I enter the exam hall. 3 hours later, I emerge, exhausted but confident. Lydia and Edgar are waiting, and we celebrate with lunch at a nearby cafe. As we're finishing our meal, my phone buzzes. It's an email from the accounting firm where I interned. I open it with trembling fingers and read aloud. Dear MS. Monroe, we are pleased to offer you a full-time position as a junior accountant. Lydia squeals with delight, and Edgar beams with pride. But it's the next line that catches in my throat. We were particularly impressed by your resilience and determination in rebuilding your life. Your journey is an inspiration. I look up at my friends, overwhelmed. They know about everything. Edgar nods. I may have put in a good word, but Hazel, this offer is all you. You earned it. As the reality sinks in, I feel a weight I didn't even know I was carrying lift from my shoulders. I've done it. I've rebuilt my life, on my own terms. Later that evening, as I'm packing up my study materials, there's a knock at the door. I open it to find Callum standing there, looking nervous. Hazel, he says softly, can we talk? Part of me wants to slam the door, but I see something in his eyes that gives me pause. I step aside, letting him in. We sit in awkward silence for a moment before he speaks. I heard about your job offer. Congratulations. Thank you, I reply, wary but curious. How did you hear? He shifts uncomfortably. Edgar told me.
We've been
talking, trying to sort things out. I raise an eyebrow, surprised. And Miriam? Callum sighs. She's
struggling.
The divorce hit her hard, but I think it's for the best. For all of us. I nod, unsure what to say. Callum leans forward, his eyes earnest. Hazel, I know I have no right to ask this, but can you ever forgive me? The question hangs in the air between us. A year ago, I would have lashed out, held on to my anger like a shield. But now, looking at Callum, I see not the man who betrayed me, but a flawed human being trying to find his way. I don't know, I answer honestly. But I'm working on it. Not for you, but for me. Holding on to anger and resentment. It only hurts me in the end. Callum nods, understanding. You've changed, he says softly. You seem
Stronger.
happier. I smile, realizing the truth in his words. I am. For the first time in a long time, I know who I am, what I want. As Callum prepares to leave, he pauses at the door. I'm sorry, Hazel, for everything. I hope you find the happiness you deserve. After he's gone, I sit in the quiet of my apartment, reflecting on the journey that brought me here. The pain, the betrayal, the struggle to find myself again. But also the growth, the friendships deepened, the strength I never knew I had. My phone buzzes with a text from Lydia. Drinks to celebrate the new job? The gang's all waiting. I smile, grabbing my keys. As I lock up, I catch my reflection in the hallway mirror. The woman looking back at me is not the same one who left the Monroe house a year ago. She's stronger, wiser, and finally, truly free. Stepping out into the warm evening air, I feel a sense of possibility I haven't experienced in years. The future stretches before me, full of promise and potential. I don't know exactly what it holds, but for the first time, I'm excited to find out. As I join my friends at our favorite bar, raising a glass to new beginnings, I realize that this moment, these people, this life I've built, this is my happy ending. Not because it's perfect or because all the wounds have healed, but because it's real, it's mine, and I've earned every bit of it. The journey isn't over. There will be more challenges, more growth, more life to live. But as I look around at the smiling faces of the people who stood by me through it all, I know one thing for certain. Whatever comes next, I'm ready for it. Because I am Hazel Monroe, and this is my story. And it's only just beginning. You're lucky, Michelle. Not everyone gets a second chance at love, Calvin's sister, Samantha, remarked with a smirk that didn't quite reach her eyes. I forced a smile, my fingers tightening around the stem of my wine glass. The crystal clinked against my wedding ring, a sound that should have been celebratory, but felt more like a warning bell. My name is Michelle, and I'm living what should be a fairy tale. Instead, I'm trapped in a gilded cage, wondering how I missed the warning signs. You're right, Samantha, I replied, my voice steady despite the unease churning in my stomach. I am lucky. Calvin's hand found the small of my back, his touch possessive. Of course she is, he chimed in, his charming smile on full display for our dinner guests. And I'm the luckiest man alive. The room erupted in polite laughter and raised glasses. I joined in, but my eyes darted to Jasper, Calvin's son from his first marriage. The teenager's scowl spoke volumes. As the party continued around us, my mind drifted back to the whirlwind romance that led me here. Calvin had swept into my life like a hurricane, all charisma and grand promises. After my divorce, his attention felt like a balm to my wounded heart. Another drink, darling? Calvin's voice snapped me back to the present. I shook my head. I'm fine, thank you. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure? You seem distracted. Just tired. I lied smoothly. It's been a long day of preparations. Calvin nodded, seemingly satisfied. As he turned away to chat with a business associate, I caught Samantha watching me with an odd expression. Everything all right, Michelle? She asked, her tone laced with false concern. I plastered on another smile. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Samantha shrugged delicately. Oh, I don't know. You just seem off tonight. But I'm sure it's nothing. Before I could respond, Jasper appeared at my elbow. Dad wants you in the kitchen, he said flatly. Something about the hors d'oeuvres. I excused myself, grateful for the momentary escape. In the kitchen, I found Calvin frowning at a tray of canapés. Michelle, he said, his voice low and controlled. I thought we agreed on the smoked salmon, not these, whatever they are. I took a deep breath. The fishmonger was out of salmon. I had to improvise. Calvin's jaw tightened. You should have called me. I would have handled it. I didn't want to bother you at work, I explained, feeling my defenses rise. Besides, I'm perfectly capable of making decisions about appetizers. His eyes flashed with something dangerous. Are you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've made a mess of things. The word stung, but I refused to let it show. The guests seemed to be enjoying them. Calvin stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. The guests don't know any better. But I do. And I expect perfection in this house, Michelle. Do you understand? I nodded mutely, my throat tight. He smiled then, all traces of anger vanishing as quickly as they had appeared.
Good.
Now let's get back to our guests. And Michelle? Try to look happy. It's a celebration, after all. As Calvin strode out of the kitchen, I leaned against the counter, my hands shaking. This was supposed to be my second chance at happiness. How had it turned into this? The sound of footsteps made me straighten up quickly. Jasper entered, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What did you do to piss him off this time?" he asked bluntly. I sighed. "Nothing, Jasper. It was just a misunderstanding about the food." He snorted.
Right.
"Because Dad always gets that worked up over appetizers." "Jasper, please," I began, but he cut me off. "Save it," he snapped. "I don't need your excuses. Just try not to ruin everything, okay? He was happy before you came along." As Jasper stormed out, leaving me alone in the suddenly stifling kitchen, I felt the walls of my perfect life closing in. The woman who had fallen for Calvin's charm and promises seemed like a stranger now. I took a deep breath, smoothed my dress, and prepared to rejoin the party. But as I reached for the door, my phone buzzed with a text. It was from my mother, Evelyn. "How are you holding up, sweetheart? Remember, you're stronger than you know. Call me if you need anything." For the first time that evening, I felt a genuine smile tug at my lips. Maybe I wasn't as alone as I thought. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't too late to reclaim the woman I used to be. With renewed determination, I stepped back into the lion's den of our perfectly curated life, wondering how long I could keep up the charade, and what would happen when I finally decided to break free. The morning after the dinner party, I woke to an empty bed and the faint aroma of coffee drifting up from the kitchen. Calvin's side was cold, untouched. I sighed, steeling myself for another day of walking on eggshells. As I descended the stairs, I heard Calvin's voice, low and intense. "I don't care what it takes. Make it happen." He ended the call abruptly as I entered the kitchen. "Good morning, darling," he said, his tone shifting seamlessly to warmth. "Sleep well?" I nodded, pouring myself a cup of coffee. "Is everything okay?" That sounded like a tense call. Calvin waved dismissively. "Just business. Nothing for you to worry about." The dismissal stung, but I swallowed my retort. "I was thinking of visiting my mother today. She hasn't been feeling well." His eyes narrowed. "Again?"
You were just there last week.
"Don't you think you're neglecting your responsibilities here?" "My responsibilities?" I echoed, disbelief coloring my voice. "Calvin, she's my mother." "And I'm your husband," he countered, his voice hardening. "This house doesn't run itself, Michelle." Before I could respond, Jasper slouched into the kitchen, his eyes glued to his phone. "Dad, can I borrow the car tonight?" Calvin's demeanor softened instantly. "Of course, son. Just be careful." I couldn't help but notice the stark difference in how he addressed us both. "Jasper, would you like some breakfast?" I offered, trying to bridge the gap. He barely glanced up. "No thanks. I don't eat your food." Calvin chuckled, as if his son's rudeness was endearing. "He's at that age, Michelle. Don't take it personally." But I did take it personally. Every slight, every dismissal, chipped away at my resolve to make this family work. The day dragged on, a series of small indignities. Calvin suggested I reorganize his office, a task that took hours. Jasper left dirty dishes strewn throughout the house, ignoring my requests to clean up. By evening, I was exhausted and on edge. As I prepared dinner, Samantha arrived unannounced. "Hope you don't mind me dropping by," she said, breezing past me into the kitchen. "Calvin mentioned you were making your famous pot roast." I bit back a sigh. "Of course not. There's plenty to go around." Samantha perched on a bar stool, watching me work. "So, how are things really going, Michelle? You seemed a bit off at the party last night." "Everything's fine," I lied, focusing on chopping vegetables. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You know, if there are any Issues, you can talk to me. I've known Calvin for years. I understand how he can be sometimes. I paused, knife hovering over the cutting board. Was this a genuine offer of support or another of Samantha's mind games? Before I could decide, Calvin entered, clapping his hands together. Something smells delicious. Samantha, glad you could join us. Dinner was a minefield of thinly veiled criticisms and backhanded compliments. Calvin picked at his food, commenting on the lack of seasoning. Jasper texted throughout the meal, barely acknowledging anyone's presence. Michelle, Calvin said suddenly, I forgot to mention. We're hosting a charity gala next month. I'll need you to handle all the arrangements. I nearly choked on my wine. A gala? Calvin, that's a massive undertaking. I don't know if I. Nonsense, he interrupted. You're more than capable. Besides, it's important for my business. You wouldn't want to let me down, would you? Samantha chimed in. Oh, how exciting. I'd be happy to help, of course. After all, these things require a certain touch. The implication was clear. I wasn't up to the task alone. As the evening wore on, tension simmered just below the surface. Every comment felt loaded, every glance heavy with unspoken judgment. When Jasper knocked over his water glass, soaking the tablecloth, it was the final straw. For God's sake, Jasper, I snapped, jumping up to mop at the spreading stain. Can't you pay attention for 5 minutes? The table fell silent. Jasper glared at me, his face flushing with anger.
Don't talk to me like that.
You're not my mother. No. I shot back, years of frustration bubbling over. But I am the one who cleans up after you, cooks your meals, and tries to make this house a home. A little respect wouldn't kill you. Michelle, Calvin's voice was dangerously quiet. That's enough. I turned to him, ready to argue, but the look in his eyes stopped me cold. It wasn't just anger I saw there, it was a promise of consequences. Samantha cleared her throat. Well, this has been illuminating. Perhaps I should go. As she gathered her things, I retreated to the kitchen, hands shaking as I loaded the dishwasher. The weight of my outburst settled over me like a shroud. I'd crossed a line, and I knew there would be a price to pay. Later that night, as Calvin berated me for my inexcusable behavior, I found myself wondering how much longer I could endure this life. The facade of happiness was crumbling, revealing the rot beneath. My phone buzzed, a text from my mother. Thinking of you, sweetheart. Remember, you're stronger than you know. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't change Calvin or Jasper, but I could change my response to them. It was time to start fighting back in my own quiet way. Little did they know, the woman they thought they had under control was about to show her true strength. The morning after the disastrous dinner, Calvin called me into his study. His face was a mask of calm, but his eyes held a cold fury that made my stomach clench. Michelle, he began, his voice deceptively soft, we need to discuss our financial situation. I braced myself, knowing this conversation was punishment for my outburst. What about it? Calvin leaned back in his leather chair, steepling his fingers. I've been reviewing our expenses. Frankly, I'm concerned about your spending habits. I blinked in disbelief. My spending habits? Calvin, I barely buy anything for myself. He waved a dismissive hand. That's not the point. The point is, we need to tighten our belts. From now on, I'll be giving you a monthly allowance for household expenses. An allowance? I echoed, feeling like I'd been slapped. I'm not a child, Calvin. I'm your wife. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Of course you are, darling. But let's face it, I'm the one who handles the big financial decisions. This is for your own good. As he outlined the paltry sum he deemed sufficient, I felt a familiar mix of anger and helplessness rise within me. But beneath it, a new emotion was taking root. Determination. That afternoon, as I grudgingly sorted through bills, I noticed something odd. Despite Calvin's claims of financial strain, there were charges for expensive restaurants, high-end clothing stores, and a membership to an exclusive golf club, all in his name. My hands shook as I dug deeper, uncovering a pattern of lavish spending that contradicted everything he'd told me. The hypocrisy was staggering. Just then, Jasper burst into the room. "Where's Dad? He promised to take me car shopping today." I looked up, still reeling from my discovery. "Car shopping? Jasper, you just got your license." He rolled his eyes. "So? Dad said I could have any car I want for my birthday. It's not like we can't afford it." As Jasper stomped off, muttering about my interference, a plan began to form in my mind. If Calvin was going to treat me like a child, I'd have to start acting like an adult, without his knowledge. The next day, I visited my local bank under the guise of running errands. The teller's eyebrows rose as I requested to open a separate, secret account. "Are you sure, Mrs. Reeves?" she asked, glancing at my wedding ring. "Your husband's name isn't on any of these forms." I met her gaze steadily. "I'm sure. This account is for me and me alone." As I left the bank, a small envelope clutched in my hand, I felt a mix of exhilaration and fear. It wasn't much, just a few $100s I'd managed to squirrel away, but it was a start. Over the next few weeks, I became an expert in creative accounting. Every time Calvin handed me my allowance, I found ways to stretch it further than he could have imagined. Generic brands replaced name brands. I started clipping coupons religiously. And with every penny saved, my secret account grew. One evening, as I prepared dinner, Calvin sauntered into the kitchen, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. "You've really taken our budget talk to heart, haven't you?" he remarked, eyeing the modest meal I was cooking. I forced a smile. "Just trying to be responsible." He patted my cheek condescendingly. "That's my girl. Oh, by the way, I'll be out late tonight. Business dinner." As he left, I caught a whiff of expensive cologne. Definitely not the brand I'd bought him for Christmas. Another lie to add to the growing pile. Later that night, unable to sleep, I crept down to Calvin's study. The room was dark, save for the glow of his computer screen. He'd forgotten to log out. My heart raced as I sat at his desk. This was wrong, a violation of privacy. But hadn't he violated my trust countless times? With trembling fingers, I began to explore his financial records. What I found made my blood run cold. Hidden accounts, massive debts, and worst of all, a series of transfers to an unknown recipient, large sums of money, sent regularly over the past year. I sat back, my mind reeling. The lavish lifestyle, the constant business trips, the late nights at the office, it was all a facade. Calvin wasn't just controlling, he was desperate. As I shut down the computer and crept back to bed, I realized the ground beneath my feet had shifted. The man I'd married, the life I thought I had, it was all built on lies. In that moment, staring at the ceiling as Calvin's soft snores filled the room, I made a decision. The secret account wasn't just about saving money anymore. It was about saving myself. I reached for my phone, opening a note-taking app. Slowly, methodically, I began to list everything I'd need to start a new life.
Clothes.
Important documents. A place to stay. It wouldn't be easy. Calvin had woven his control into every aspect of my life. But as I added items to my escape plan, I felt a surge of strength I hadn't experienced in years. Calvin's financial chains might have been meant to bind me, but they had become the very thing that would set me free. And when the time came to break those chains, I would be ready. Little did I know, the catalyst for my escape was just around the corner, in the form of a phone call that would change everything. The shrill ring of my phone pierced the early morning silence. Groggily, I fumbled for it, my heart racing as I recognized the number of my mother's nursing home. "Mrs. Reeves? It's about your mother, Evelyn. She's had a fall. We've taken her to the hospital." I was out of bed and throwing on clothes before the call even ended. As I scribbled a hasty note for Calvin, my hand trembled. This was the moment I'd been dreading and secretly, shamefully, waiting for. The drive to the hospital was a blur of worry and guilt. I'd been so wrapped up in my own problems, I'd neglected the one person who'd always been there for me. Hours later, I sat by Evelyn's bedside, holding her frail hand. The doctors assured me she'd recover, but the fall had weakened her significantly. As her eyes fluttered open, a weak smile crossed her face. "Michelle," she whispered, "you're here." I squeezed her hand gently. "Of course I'm here, Mom. I'm so sorry I haven't visited more often." Evelyn's gaze sharpened, seeing right through me as she always had. "What's wrong, sweetheart? And don't tell me it's nothing. I know that look." The dam broke. Words poured out of me. Calvin's controlling behavior, Jasper's disrespect, the financial deceptions, my secret savings. Evelyn listened silently, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and determination. When I finally fell quiet, she spoke. "Michelle, do you remember what I told you when you were little and the neighborhood kids were bullying you?" I nodded, tears welling up. "You said I was stronger than I knew and that I should never let anyone make me feel small." "Exactly," Evelyn said, her voice gaining strength. "You've always had that strength inside you. It's time to use it." As we talked, a plan began to form. Evelyn insisted I stay with her during her recovery, giving me a legitimate reason to be away from Calvin. It was the perfect opportunity to start reclaiming my independence. When I returned home to pack a bag, Calvin was waiting, his face a mask of concern. "Where have you been?" "I've been worried sick." I explained about Evelyn's fall, watching his expression shift from worry to annoyance. "How long will you be gone?" he demanded. "As long as it takes," I replied, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "My mother needs me." Calvin's eyes narrowed. "And what about your responsibilities here? The charity gala is in a few weeks. You can't just abandon everything." I met his gaze, feeling a surge of newfound strength. "I'm not abandoning anything, Calvin. I'm prioritizing. My mother comes first." As I packed, I could feel Calvin's eyes boring into my back. For the first time in years, I didn't flinch under his scrutiny. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of hospital visits, physical therapy appointments, and quiet conversations with Evelyn. Away from Calvin's suffocating presence, I felt like I could breathe again. One afternoon, as Evelyn napped, I found myself browsing cooking websites on my laptop. A recipe for her favorite lemon tart caught my eye, and before I knew it, I was typing out my own version, complete with tips and personal anecdotes. "What are you working on?" Evelyn's voice startled me. I turned the screen towards her, suddenly shy. "Just writing down some recipes." "It's silly, really." Evelyn's eyes lit up as she read. "Silly? Michelle, this is wonderful. You've always had a gift with food. Why haven't you done anything with it?" I shrugged, thinking of all the times Calvin had dismissed my cooking as just a hobby. But here, in this quiet hospital room, his voice seemed far away. "You know," Evelyn said thoughtfully, "there are websites where people share recipes and stories. Blogs, I think they're called. Have you ever thought about starting one?" The idea took root, growing stronger with each passing day. In stolen moments between caring for Evelyn and fielding increasingly demanding calls from Calvin, I researched food blogs, learning about web design and social media strategies. As Evelyn grew stronger, so did my resolve. The day before I was due to return home, I sat at my laptop, finger hovering over the publish button of my newly created blog. "What are you waiting for?" Evelyn asked, a knowing smile on her face. Taking a deep breath, I clicked. Michelle's kitchen was live. That night, as I packed my bags, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had left a comment on my blog. Then another, and another. With each positive response, I felt a piece of myself, the real Michelle, not Calvin's carefully controlled wife, coming back to life. As I drove home the next day, my mind raced with possibilities. The blog was just the beginning. For the first time in years, I had something that was truly mine, a secret that gave me strength instead of shame. Calvin was waiting when I arrived, his arms crossed. "Welcome back," he said, his tone clipped. "I hope you're ready to get back to work. We have a lot to catch up on." I nodded, outwardly compliant, but inwardly resolute. Little did Calvin know, but his perfectly controlled world was about to change. And this time, I would be the one calling the shots. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated the kitchen as I feverishly typed out my latest blog post. It was well past midnight, but the words flowed effortlessly, fueled by a passion I'd long forgotten I possessed. Michelle's kitchen had become my secret refuge over the past few months. What started as a simple outlet had blossomed into a vibrant community of food lovers, each post garnering more comments and shares than the last. A notification pinged. Another follower milestone reached. I allowed myself a small smile before glancing nervously at the kitchen door. Calvin's snores drifted from upstairs, a reminder of the precarious balance I was maintaining. As I hit publish on my latest recipe, a decadent chocolate torte that had been my grandmother's specialty, I felt a familiar mix of exhilaration and fear. Each post was a tiny act of rebellion, a piece of myself reclaimed from Calvin's suffocating control. The next morning, as I prepared Calvin's breakfast, my mind was already racing with ideas for my next blog entry. I was so lost in thought that I barely registered Calvin's presence until he cleared his throat loudly. "You seem distracted lately," he remarked, his tone deceptively casual. "Is everything all right?" I plastered on a smile. "Of course. Just thinking about the charity gala preparations." Calvin nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good. I need you focused on that. It's crucial for my business connections." As he left for work, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The lie tasted bitter, but the alternative, Calvin discovering my growing independence, was unthinkable. Later that afternoon, as I was editing photos for my next post, my phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. Hesitantly, I answered. "Is this Michelle Reeves?" The voice on the other end was warm and professional. "I'm Sarah Thompson from Culinary Creations Publishing. We've been following your blog and we're very impressed." My heart raced as Sarah explained their interest in turning my blog into a cookbook. It was everything I dreamed of, yet never dared to hope for. "We'd love to set up a meeting to discuss the details," Sarah continued. "Are you available next week?" I agreed, my mind spinning with possibilities and complications. As I hung up, I caught sight of my reflection in the kitchen window. The woman staring back at me looked alive, vibrant, nothing like the subdued housewife Calvin expected me to be. That evening, as I prepared dinner, I wrestled with whether to tell Calvin about the publishing offer. Part of me longed to share my excitement, to prove that I was more than just his wife. But the larger part, the part that had learned to survive in this gilded cage, knew better. Jasper's voice cut through my thoughts as he entered the kitchen. "What's for dinner? It better not be that weird healthy stuff again." I bit back a retort, focusing on chopping vegetables. "It's chicken parmesan, your favorite." Jasper grunted noncommittally, then paused, eyeing me suspiciously. "You look different. What's going on?" For a moment, I considered confiding in him, but the memory of his constant dismissals and Calvin-like criticisms stopped me. "Nothing's going on, Jasper. Just a good day, that's all." As we sat down to dinner, Calvin dominated the conversation with talk of business deals and social engagements. I nodded at appropriate intervals, my mind elsewhere. "Oh, by the way," Calvin said casually, "Samantha will be staying with us next week. She's having some work done on her house." I froze, fork halfway to my mouth. Samantha's presence would make it nearly impossible to maintain my secret life. "Next week?" "But the charity gala preparations." "We'll be fine," Calvin interrupted. "Samantha's offered to help." "Isn't that generous of her?" The look in his eyes brooked no argument. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Of course. How thoughtful." That night, as Calvin slept, I slipped out of bed and down to the kitchen. The house was silent as I opened my laptop, the screen's glow a beacon of hope in the darkness. I had a decision to make. The publishing offer was a chance at real independence, a way out of the suffocating life Calvin had crafted for me. But pursuing it meant taking an enormous risk. As I scrolled through my blog, reading comments from followers who found joy and inspiration in my recipes, I felt a surge of determination. I'd spent years dimming my light to fit into Calvin's world. It was time to shine. With trembling fingers, I composed an email to Sarah, confirming our meeting. As I hit send, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. For the first time in years, I was choosing my own path. The road ahead would be challenging. Samantha's impending visit, Calvin's constant surveillance, the secrecy required to pursue my dreams. It was a precarious balancing act. But as I closed my laptop and crept back to bed, I felt a flicker of hope ignite in my chest. Calvin stirred as I slipped under the covers. "Everything okay?" he mumbled sleepily. "Everything's fine," I whispered, the lie coming easily. "Go back to sleep." As Calvin's breathing evened out, I stared at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. The seeds of change had been planted. Now it was time to watch them grow and to prepare for the storm that would inevitably follow. The day of reckoning arrived with the subtlety of a thunderclap. I stood in the kitchen, my hands trembling as I clutched the advance check from Culinary Creations Publishing. The paper felt impossibly heavy, weighted with both promise and peril. Calvin's voice boomed from the study, punctuated by Samantha's sycophantic laughter. They were discussing the upcoming charity gala, an event that had consumed our household for weeks. Little did they know it would pale in comparison to the storm I was about to unleash. Taking a deep breath, I squared my shoulders and marched towards the study. Each step felt like a small rebellion, years of suppressed anger and resentment fueling my resolve. "Calvin," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, "we need to talk." He looked up, annoyance flashing across his face. "Can it wait? Samantha and I are finalizing the gala details." "No," I replied firmly, "it can't." Samantha raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Oh my, this sounds serious. Should I leave you two alone?" "Stay," I said, meeting her gaze. "You should hear this too." Calvin's expression darkened. "Michelle, what's going on?" I took a deep breath, then placed the check on his desk. "I've been offered a book deal for my cooking blog." The silence that followed was deafening. Calvin stared at the check, his face a mask of confusion and growing anger. Samantha's smirk had frozen, her eyes darting between Calvin and me. "Your cooking blog?" Calvin's voice was dangerously low. "What cooking blog?" "The one I've been running for months," I replied, a hint of defiance creeping into my tone. "The one that's gained thousands of followers. The one that's going to be my ticket to independence." Calvin stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the hardwood floor. "Independence? What the hell are you talking about, Michelle?" I stood my ground as he loomed over me. "I'm talking about leaving, Calvin. This marriage, this life you've trapped me in, I'm done." Samantha gasped dramatically, her hand flying to her mouth in mock shock. "Michelle, how could you? After everything Calvin's done for you?" I turned to her, years of pent-up frustration boiling over. "Done for me? You mean controlled me, belittled me, made me feel worthless?" Calvin's face had turned an alarming shade of red. "You ungrateful," he sputtered, reaching for the check. I snatched it away before he could grab it. "No," I said firmly. "This is mine. I earned it, just like I've earned the right to live my own life." Just then, Jasper burst into the room, his face a mixture of confusion and anger. "What's going on?" I heard shouting. Calvin turned to his son, a cruel smile twisting his features. "Your stepmother here thinks she's some kind of celebrity chef. She's abandoning her family for a ridiculous pipe dream." Jasper's eyes widened, then narrowed as he turned to me. "Is that true? You're leaving?" I met his gaze, seeing not just anger there, but a flicker of something else. Fear, perhaps? "I'm not abandoning anyone, Jasper. I'm choosing myself for once." Calvin laughed bitterly. "Choosing yourself? And what about your responsibilities? The gala, this family, everything we've built." "Everything you've built, you mean?" I shot back. "On lies and manipulation. Did you think I wouldn't find out about the debts, Calvin? The money you've been funneling to God knows where?" The color drained from Calvin's face. Samantha's gasp this time was genuine. Jasper looked between us, confusion etched on his features. "You don't know what you're talking about," Calvin hissed, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. I stood taller, feeling a surge of power I'd never experienced before. "I know exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm done being your puppet, Calvin. I'm done pretending everything's perfect when it's all falling apart." Jasper stepped forward, his voice uncharacteristically small. "Dad, what's she talking about? What debts?" Calvin whirled on his son. "Stay out of this, Jasper. This doesn't concern you." "The hell it doesn't," I interjected. "He deserves to know the truth. About the money, about how you've treated me, about all of it." Samantha, sensing the shift in power, began inching towards the door. "Perhaps I should go." "Oh no." Lunged for me then, his face contorted with rage. But years of pent-up anger had made me quicker, stronger. I dodged his grasp, watching as he stumbled, his carefully constructed image of control crumbling before our eyes. "Don't you dare touch her," Jasper shouted, surprising us all as he stepped between Calvin and me. In that moment, looking at Jasper's conflicted face, I saw a glimmer of the boy he could have been without Calvin's toxic influence. It almost made me waver. Almost. "I'm leaving," I announced, my voice ringing with finality. "I've already packed my bags. I have a place to stay and a future to build. One that doesn't include any of this." As I turned to walk out, Calvin's voice, now tinged with desperation, called out, "You'll never make it on your own, Michelle. You need me." I paused at the doorway, looking back at the man I'd once thought I loved. "No, Calvin. I don't need you. I never did. And that's what scares you the most." With those words, I walked out of the study, out of the house that had been my prison for so long. The warm summer air hit my face, carrying with it the promise of freedom and a life reclaimed. Behind me, I could hear the chaos erupting, Calvin's shouts, Samantha's shrill voice, Jasper's confused questions. But for the first time in years, none of it was my problem. As I climbed into my packed car, I allowed myself a small smile. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was mine to travel. And that made all the difference. The aftermath of my confrontation with Calvin unfolded like a slow-motion car crash. I had taken refuge at Evelyn's house, my phone buzzing incessantly with messages from Calvin, Jasper, and even Samantha. I ignored them all, focusing instead on the next steps of my newfound freedom. 3 days after I left, a loud knock at Evelyn's door shattered the peaceful morning. I opened it to find Jasper, his face a mix of anger and confusion. "We need to talk," he said, pushing past me into the house. I sighed, closing the door. "Jasper, I know you're upset, but—" "Upset," he interrupted, his voice cracking. "Dad's falling apart. The charity gala's been canceled. There are rumors all over town about financial problems. What the hell is going on?" I gestured for him to sit, my heart heavy. "Jasper, there's a lot you don't know about your father. About our marriage." Over the next hour, I laid out the truth, Calvin's controlling behavior, the financial deceptions, the emotional manipulation. Jasper listened, his face growing paler with each revelation. "But he always said you were the one who was bad with money," Jasper mumbled, his world visibly crumbling around him. I reached out, touching his arm gently. "Your father is very good at twisting the truth, Jasper. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle of this." Jasper stood abruptly, pacing the room. "I don't understand. If things were so bad, why didn't you leave sooner?" The question hit me like a punch to the gut. "It's not that simple, Jasper. Your father, he has a way of making you doubt yourself, of making you believe you need him." Jasper's phone buzzed, Calvin's name flashing on the screen. He ignored it, looking at me with a mix of emotions I couldn't quite decipher. "I have to go," he said finally. I need time to process all this." As Jasper left, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The truth was out for better or worse. The next day, as I was working on a new blog post, my phone rang. It was Sarah from the publishing company. "Michelle, have you seen the news?" she asked, her voice tense. I frowned, opening my laptop to check the local news site. My heart stopped as I read the headline: "Prominent businessman Calvin Reeves under investigation for financial fraud." The article detailed allegations of embezzlement, tax evasion, and misuse of charity funds. Calvin's carefully constructed empire was crumbling before my eyes. As I hung up with Sarah, assuring her that the scandal wouldn't affect our book deal, another call came through. It was Samantha. "You need to come back," she said without preamble, her voice uncharacteristically shaky. He's not handling this well." I laughed bitterly. "And why should I care, Samantha? After everything he's done?" There was a pause, then Samantha's voice came back, quieter this time. "Because there's something you need to know. Something I should have told you years ago." Curiosity got the better of me, and I agreed to meet Samantha at a cafe in town. When I arrived, I barely recognized her. Gone was the polished, smirking woman I'd known. In her place sat someone who looked haunted, defeated. "Calvin's not who you think he is," Samantha began, her hands shaking as she clutched her coffee cup. "He's not who any of us thought he was." Over the next hour, Samantha unraveled a tale that left me reeling. Calvin's first wife hadn't left him, as he'd always claimed. She died under suspicious circumstances that Calvin had gone to great lengths to cover up. "I helped him," Samantha whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I helped him hide the truth. And then I watched him do the same thing to you, Michelle."
I'm so sorry.
As Samantha's confession poured out, I felt a strange mix of vindication and horror. The man I'd married, the man I'd feared and finally stood up to, was capable of far worse than I'd ever imagined. "Why are you telling me this now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Samantha met my gaze, her eyes filled with a mixture of shame and determination. "Because it's time for the truth to come out. All of it. And because I think Jasper might be in danger." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" "Calvin's losing everything," Samantha explained. "His money, his reputation, his control. Jasper's all he has left. And Calvin? He doesn't handle loss well." I stood up, my mind racing. "We need to go.
Now."
As we raced towards Calvin's house, my phone buzzed with a text from Jasper. "Dad's acting weird. Can you come over?" My heart pounded as we pulled up to the house I'd fled just days ago. Police cars were already there, lights flashing. I spotted Jasper sitting on the front steps, looking shell-shocked. I rushed to him, pulling him into a hug he didn't resist. "Are you okay? What happened?" Jasper looked up at me, his eyes haunted. "Dad, he tried to. I don't even know. The police are with him now." As if on cue, the front door opened. 2 officers emerged, leading a handcuffed Calvin between them. Our eyes met as they passed, and I saw something I'd never seen in Calvin's gaze before: defeat. Standing there, with Jasper leaning against me and Samantha hovering nearby, I realized that this was far from over. Calvin's reckoning had come, but the aftershocks would be felt for a long time to come. As the police car drove away, I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. The truth was finally out, and with it came a new set of challenges. But for the first time in years, I felt ready to face them head-on. The key clicked in the lock of my new apartment, and I stepped inside, breathing in the scent of fresh paint and possibility. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the small but cozy space that was now mine and mine alone. As I set down the last of my boxes, my phone buzzed with a text from Evelyn. "All settled in, sweetheart? Remember, I'm just a call away if you need anything." I smiled, typing back a quick thank you. My mother's unwavering support had been my lifeline through the tumultuous past few months. Unpacking could wait. I settled at my new writing desk, opening my laptop to find a flood of notifications from my blog. The outpouring of support from my followers had been overwhelming since the news of Calvin's arrest broke. Many shared their own stories of survival and escape from toxic relationships, forming a community of strength and resilience. As I scrolled through the comments, an email notification popped up. It was from Sarah at the publishing house. "Michelle, great news! Your cookbook proposal has been approved. We'd like to schedule a meeting to discuss the contract and timeline. Your story has resonated with so many people, and we believe this book will be a powerful testament to your journey. Looking forward to working with you. Sarah." Tears of joy welled up in my eyes. This was it, the culmination of all my hard work, my secret dreams, my quiet rebellion against Calvin's oppression. I was no longer just his wife, no longer defined by his control. I was an author, a creator, a survivor. A knock at the door startled me from my reverie. I opened it to find Jasper standing there, looking uncertain and a bit sheepish. "Hey," he said softly. "I hope it's okay that I'm here. Grandma Evelyn gave me your address." I nodded, stepping aside to let him in. "Of course, Jasper. You're always welcome." He looked around the apartment, his eyes lingering on the boxes and the half-set-up kitchen. "It's nice," he said finally. "Cozy." We sat on the small couch, an awkward silence stretching between us. Finally, Jasper spoke. "I'm sorry," he blurted out. "For everything. The way I treated you, the things I said. I was just trying to be like Dad. I thought that's what I was supposed to do." I reached out, squeezing his hand. "Oh, Jasper, you have nothing to apologize for. Your father, he manipulated both of us. But we're free now. We can start over." Jasper nodded, his eyes shining with unshed tears. "I've been thinking a lot about what you said, about following your passion. I think I want to go to culinary school. If that's okay." I laughed, pulling him into a hug. "Of course it's okay. It's more than okay. It's wonderful." As Jasper left, promising to come by for cooking lessons soon, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The last piece of the puzzle was falling into place. The next few weeks flew by in a whirlwind of activity. Meetings with my publisher, planning sessions for my cookbook, and a steady stream of blog posts kept me busy. But it was a different kind of busy than I'd known with Calvin. This was fulfilling, energizing, purposeful. One sunny afternoon, as I was testing recipes in my tiny kitchen, my phone rang. It was Samantha. "Michelle," she said, her voice subdued. "I thought you should know. Calvin's trial date has been set." I took a deep breath, surprised by the lack of anxiety I felt the news. "Thank you for letting me know, Samantha. How are you holding up?" There was a pause. "I'm managing. I've started therapy, trying to understand why I enabled his behavior for so long. I know it doesn't make up for what I did, but I hope someday you can forgive me." "Samantha," I said gently, "the fact that you're trying to change, that you're facing the truth, that's what matters. We've all got healing to do." As I hung up, I realized how far I'd come. The woman who had trembled at Calvin's every word, who had doubted her own worth and abilities, was gone. In her place stood someone stronger, wiser, and finally, truly free. That evening, I sat on my small balcony, watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. My laptop was open, the first chapter of my cookbook glowing on the screen. To all the women who have ever felt trapped, powerless, or alone, this book is for you. It's a reminder that it's never too late to reclaim your life, to follow your passions, to become the person you were always meant to be. Every recipe in these pages is a step towards freedom, towards self-love, towards a future bright with possibility. My journey from a controlled wife to an independent woman wasn't easy, but it was worth every struggle. And if I can do it, so can you. So tie on your apron, preheat that oven, and let's cook up a new life together, one delicious, empowering recipe at a time. As I typed the last words, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The road ahead might not always be smooth, but it was mine to travel. And for the first time in years, I couldn't wait to see where it would lead. I raised my glass to the setting sun, toasting to new beginnings, hard-won freedom, and the sweet taste of a life reclaimed. The best was yet to come, and I was ready for every moment of it. "You think I married you for love? Don't kid yourself, Evelyn. You're just a stepping stone." The words hung in the air, sharp and cold. I stood there, frozen, my hand still gripping the spatula I'd been using to make breakfast. Grayson's eyes, once warm and inviting, now gleamed with a cruel satisfaction. "What?" I managed to choke out. He laughed, a sound that used to make my heart flutter, but now sent chills down my spine. "Oh, come on. You can't be that naive. Did you really think someone like me would settle for someone like you without an agenda?" My name is Evelyn, and this is the moment my fairy tale shattered. I set the spatula down, my movements slow and deliberate. "Someone like you? And what exactly is that supposed to mean?" Grayson leaned against the kitchen counter, his perfectly pressed suit a stark contrast to my flour-dusted apron. Ambitious. Destined for greatness. Your family's little construction business was just the first rung on the ladder. The room seemed to tilt. I gripped the edge of the stove, steadying myself. Our marriage. It was all a lie. Not all of it, he said, his tone almost bored. The sex was good. And you did make a convincing trophy wife at company events. Rage bubbled up inside me, hot and sudden. I grabbed the nearest object, a ceramic mug, and hurled it at his head. He ducked, and it shattered against the wall behind him. Get out! I screamed. Get the hell out of my house. Grayson's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face. Your house? I think you're forgetting who pays the bills around here, sweetheart. I advanced on him, my voice low and dangerous. My family's company built this house. My sweat and blood are in these walls. Now get out before I show you exactly what a construction worker's daughter is capable of. He held up his hands in mock surrender, that infuriating smirk still playing on his lips. All right, I'm going. But this isn't over, Evelyn. You do well to remember that. The front door slammed, and I collapsed onto the kitchen floor, my mind reeling. How had I been so blind? The whirlwind romance, the lavish proposal, the dream wedding, it had all seemed too good to be true. Because it was. I don't know how long I sat there, surrounded by shards of broken ceramic and the ruins of my marriage. Eventually, I pulled myself up and reached for my phone. With shaking fingers, I dialed the one person I knew I could always count on. Mom, my voice cracked. I need you. An hour later, I was sitting in my parents' cozy living room, a mug of tea warming my hands. My mother, Rose, sat beside me, her arm around my shoulders. My father, Oliver, paced by the fireplace, his face a storm of concern and anger. I'll kill him, Oliver growled. I'll tear that smug bastard limb from limb. Dad, please, I said wearily. Violence isn't the answer. Rose squeezed my shoulder. Your father's just upset, honey. We both are. To think that Grayson could be so manipulative, deceitful, a complete and utter asshole. I supplied. Despite everything, a small smile tugged at my mother's lips. I was going to say misguided, but your words work too. Oliver stopped pacing and sat down across from us. Evelyn, sweetheart, I know you're hurting, but we need to think practically. What did he mean about using our business? I shook my head. I don't know. He always acted like the company was beneath him. Said it was just a quaint family business that would never amount to much. Rose and Oliver exchanged a look. Honey, my mother said gently, there's something we need to tell you about the company. For the next hour, my parents laid out the truth about Montgomery Construction. It wasn't just a small family business. It was a rapidly growing enterprise with contracts all over the state. They had been protecting me, they said, wanting me to have a normal life without the pressure of a family legacy. But why didn't you tell me? I asked, feeling betrayed, all over again. Oliver leaned forward, his eyes intense. We were going to, sweetheart. We had a whole plan to bring you into the fold gradually. But then you met Grayson, and everything happened so fast. We thought we had time, Rose added softly. We never imagined he would. Use me as a pawn in his sick game? I finished bitterly. The room fell silent. I stared into my now cold tea, my mind racing. Grayson had seen the potential in my family's company when I couldn't. He had played me, played all of us, for his own gain. Suddenly, I stood up, a new fire burning in my chest. I want in, I declared. I want to learn everything about the business. And then, I paused, my voice hardening. Then I'm going to use every resource at my disposal to make Grayson rue the day he ever thought he could use me as a stepping stone. My parents exchanged another look, this one filled with a mixture of pride and concern. Evelyn, my father said slowly, revenge isn't the answer. It won't heal your heart. I met his gaze, my jaw set. Maybe not, but it'll be a damn good start. I woke up the next morning on my parents' couch, my head pounding and eyes puffy from a night of tears and rage. The smell of coffee wafted from the kitchen, and I stumbled in to find my mother already dressed for work. "Morning, sweetheart," Rose said, sliding a mug across the counter. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been hit by a truck," I mumbled, taking a grateful sip. "Is Dad at the office already?" She nodded. "He wanted to get an early start. We have a lot to catch you up on." The events of yesterday came flooding back. Grayson's betrayal, the revelation about our family business. I set the mug down with a clatter. "Mom, I meant what I said last night. I want in. I need to know everything." Rose's eyes softened. "I know, honey, and we're going to tell you. But first, we need to deal with the more immediate problem." "Grayson," I spat.
Exactly.
"Have you checked your phone?" I realized I'd left it off since yesterday. Turning it on, I was bombarded with notifications, missed calls, texts, voicemails. All from Grayson. "He's trying to backpedal," I said, scrolling through the messages. "Baby, I'm sorry. We need to talk." "It wasn't what you think." Typical. Rose's face hardened. "Don't fall for it, Evelyn. Men like that, they'll say anything to keep their hooks in you." I deleted the messages without responding. "Don't worry. I'm done with his lies." We finished our coffee and headed to Montgomery Construction's main office. I'd been here before, of course, but always as a visitor. Now, as we walked through the bustling corridors, I saw it with new eyes. Dad was waiting in the conference room, along with a man I didn't recognize. "Evelyn, this is Jack Reeves, our head of legal," Oliver introduced us. "He's here to help us navigate the situation." I shook Jack's hand, noting his firm grip and kind eyes. "Nice to meet you, Evelyn," he said. "I'm sorry it's under these circumstances." We all sat down, and for the next 2 hours, my parents and Jack laid out the full scope of Montgomery Construction. I learned about our major projects, our financial standings, and the complex web of contracts and partnerships that made up our business empire. "So," I said, my head spinning, "we're not just some quaint family business. We're a major player in the industry." Oliver nodded. "We've worked hard to build this company, Evelyn, and we've always planned for you to take over someday. We wanted to protect you from the pressure." I felt a pang of frustration. "I appreciate that, Dad, but I'm not a child. I could have handled it." "You're right," Rose said softly. "We should have trusted you more. But now, we need to focus on protecting you and the company from Grayson." Jack cleared his throat. "Mrs. Hartman, I've reviewed your prenuptial agreement. The good news is it's ironclad. Grayson has no claim on your personal assets or your shares in the company." I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Thank God for small mercies. "However," Jack continued, "there is the matter of your joint accounts and the house. We'll need to move quickly to secure those assets before Grayson can access them." My father leaned forward. "Evelyn, we can handle all of this for you. You don't have to." "No." I cut him off. "I need to do this myself. I got myself into this mess, and I'm going to get myself out." Rose reached over and squeezed my hand. "You're not alone, sweetheart. We're here for whatever you need." I squeezed back, grateful for their support. "Thank you. All of you. Now, where do we start?" Jack pulled out a folder. "First things first, we need to freeze your joint accounts. Then we'll start the process of dividing assets. It won't be easy, Evelyn. Grayson's likely to fight this every step of the way." "Let him," I said, a steely resolve settling over me. "I'm done being his stepping stone. It's time he learned what happens when you mess with a Montgomery." We spent the rest of the day strategizing. By the time we finished, I had a clear plan of action. I would move back home temporarily, freeze our accounts, and file for divorce. It wasn't going to be pretty, but I was ready for the fight. As we were wrapping up, my phone buzzed. A text from Grayson. "We need to talk. I'm coming over tonight." I showed it to my parents. "He doesn't know I'm not at the house," I said. Oliver's face darkened. "I'll go over there, and—" "No, Dad," I interrupted. "I need to face him myself. It's time I stood up to him once and for all." Rose looked worried. "Are you sure, honey? You don't have to do this alone." I stood up, feeling stronger than I had in months. I'm sure Grayson thinks he can manipulate me, use me for his own gain. It's time he learned just how wrong he is. As I left the office, I felt a mix of fear and determination. The old Evelyn might have crumbled in the face of Grayson's charm and lies, but that Evelyn was gone. In her place stood a woman ready to reclaim her life, her dignity, and her future. Grayson Hartman was about to learn that he'd made the biggest mistake of his life. I stood in the kitchen of my soon-to-be former home, my hands gripping the counter as I waited for Grayson to arrive. The house felt different now, tainted by the knowledge of his betrayal. Every happy memory we'd shared here now seemed like a cruel joke. The doorbell rang, and I took a deep breath, steeling myself. I opened the door to find Grayson standing there, his usual polished appearance slightly disheveled. For a moment, I saw a flicker of the man I thought I'd married. "Evelyn," he said, his voice soft. "Thank God. I've been trying to reach you." I stepped aside, letting him in without a word. He moved past me, his expensive cologne filling the air. "Look," Grayson started, running a hand through his hair. "What I said yesterday, I didn't mean it. I was angry, frustrated. You know how I get when work is stressful." I crossed my arms, my voice steady. "And what about Maya? Was she just stress relief too?" His eyes widened for a fraction of a second before he composed himself. "Maya? I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't lie to me, Grayson. Not anymore." Before he could respond, the doorbell rang again. Confusion crossed Grayson's face as I moved to answer it. Standing on the porch was Lydia Hartman, her perfectly coiffed hair and designer outfit a stark contrast to the tension in the air. "Mother?" Grayson said, surprise evident in his voice. "What are you doing here?" Lydia swept into the house, her eyes darting between us. "I came to see how you two were doing. I've been so worried." I bit back a bitter laugh. Worried about her son's plan falling apart, more like. "Evelyn, dear," Lydia said, her voice dripping with false concern. "Grayson told me about your disagreement. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding." I met her gaze, refusing to be cowed. "There's no misunderstanding, Lydia. Your son made his intentions quite clear." Lydia's eyes narrowed. "Now, let's not be hasty. Every marriage has its rough patches. I'm sure if you just tried a little harder." "That's enough, Mother," Grayson interrupted, looking uncomfortable. I felt a surge of anger. Tried harder? I gave everything to this marriage. I supported Grayson's career, played the perfect wife at his work events, put my own dreams on hold. And for what? To be used as a stepping stone? Lydia's mask of concern slipped for a moment, revealing a flash of contempt. "Well, dear, you can hardly blame Grayson for wanting more. After all, you're not exactly from our circle." The room fell silent. Grayson looked mortified, but I noticed he didn't jump to my defense. I took a deep breath, channeling all the strength I'd found in the past 2 days. "You're right, Lydia. I'm not from your circle. I come from a family that values hard work, honesty, and loyalty, the qualities that seem to be in short supply in the Hartman household." Lydia gasped, affronted. "How dare you?" "No." I cut her off. "How dare you come into my home and try to manipulate me? I see through you both now. Grayson married me for my family's company, and you went along with it because you thought you could control me." Grayson stepped forward, his charm offensive in full swing. "Evelyn, baby, that's not true. I love you. We can work this out." I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. "Save it, Grayson. I'm done with your lies. I've already frozen our joint accounts and contacted a lawyer. This marriage is over." The color drained from Grayson's face. "You what? You can't do that." "I can, and I have," I said, my voice steady. "You underestimated me, Grayson. You thought I was just some naive girl you could use and discard. But I'm a Montgomery, and we don't break that easily." Lydia's face contorted with rage. "You ungrateful little—" "I think it's time for you both to leave," I interrupted, moving towards the door. Grayson grabbed my arm. "Evelyn, please. We can talk about this." I wrenched my arm free. There's nothing left to say. Get out of my house. Both of you. For a moment, I thought Grayson might argue further, but something in my expression must have convinced him of my resolve. He nodded stiffly and turned to his mother. Come on, mother. We're leaving. Lydia looked like she wanted to say more, but Grayson practically dragged her out the door. As they reached the porch, Lydia turned back, her eyes cold. This isn't over, Evelyn. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I met her gaze unflinchingly. Neither do you, Lydia. Neither do you. I closed the door and leaned against it, my heart pounding. The house felt emptier now, but also lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. I pulled out my phone and dialed my mother's number. Mom? It's done. They're gone. Rose's voice was warm and supportive. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. Are you okay? I took a deep breath, surveying the house that had once been my dream home. I will be. I think it's time for a fresh start. As I hung up, I felt a sense of possibility wash over me. Grayson and his family had tried to break me, to mold me into their perfect, compliant wife. But they had failed. I was stronger than they knew, and I was ready to reclaim my life on my own terms. The war might not be over, but I had won this battle, and I was just getting started. The next morning, I woke with a sense of purpose I hadn't felt in months. The confrontation with Grayson and Lydia had ignited a fire in me, and I was determined to see this through. I dressed quickly and headed to Montgomery Construction, ready to dive into my new role and start gathering the evidence I needed. As I walked into the office, Rose met me with a concerned smile. How are you holding up, sweetheart? I'm okay, Mom, I assured her. Actually, I'm better than okay. I'm ready to fight back. She squeezed my arm. That's my girl. Come on, there's something I need to show you. We headed to her office, where she pulled out a thick file. I've been doing some digging, she said, her voice low. Grayson's been up to more than just having an affair. I leaned forward, my heart racing. What do you mean? Rose spread out several documents on her desk. Look at these. Financial reports, bank statements, emails. Grayson's been siphoning money from your joint accounts for months. I scanned the papers, my blood boiling as I saw the evidence in black and white. Thousands of dollars transferred to an account I didn't recognize. Is this for Maya? I asked, my voice tight. Rose shook her head. I don't think so. Look at the account name. I squinted at the fine print. Hartman Enterprises? I've never heard of it. That's because it doesn't exist, Rose said grimly. At least, not officially. It's a shell company, Evelyn. Grayson's been funneling money through it, probably to hide it from you during the divorce. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Not only had Grayson betrayed me emotionally, but he'd also been planning to leave me financially destitute. That bastard, I whispered, my hands shaking with rage. Rose placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. I know it's hard, honey, but we can use this. With this evidence, we can nail him to the wall in the divorce proceedings. I nodded, my mind racing. We need more, though. If he's been doing this with our personal accounts, what's he been doing with the company? For the next few hours, Rose and I pored over financial records, cross-referencing dates and transactions. It was tedious work, but with each discovery, my resolve strengthened. By mid-afternoon, we had uncovered a disturbing pattern. Grayson had been manipulating contracts, inflating costs, and skimming off the top. He'd been careful, never taking enough to raise immediate suspicion, but over time, it added up to a significant amount. He's been stealing from the company, I said, my voice hollow. From my family, Rose's face was a mask of controlled anger. We've got him, Evelyn, but we need to be smart about how we use this information. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Oliver poked his head in, his expression grim. Evelyn, there's someone here to see you. I exchanged a worried glance with Rose before following my father out. To my surprise, standing in the reception area was Maya Reynolds. She looked as polished and beautiful as ever, but there was a vulnerability in her eyes that I'd never seen before. Evelyn, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I think we need to talk. I led her to a private conference room, my mind whirling. What could Grayson's mistress possibly want with me? Once we were seated, Maya took a deep breath.
I'm so sorry, she blurted out.
I didn't know. I swear, I had no idea you and Grayson were still together. I felt a flicker of pity for her, despite everything. He lied to you too, didn't he? She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. He told me you two had separated months ago, that he was just waiting for the right time to file for divorce. I believed him. God, I was so stupid. I handed her a tissue, my own emotions a confusing mix of anger and empathy. You're not stupid, Maya. Grayson's very good at what he does. Maya composed herself, then reached into her purse. I found something. After you sent those documents to my place, I started looking closer at some things Grayson had left at my apartment.
She pulled out a USB drive.
There are emails on here.
Plans.
He was going to use me to get to my father's company, just like he used you for Montgomery Construction. I took the drive, my hand shaking slightly. Thank you, Maya. This could change everything. As Maya left, I felt a strange sense of camaraderie with her. We'd both been pawns in Grayson's game, but now, we were taking back control. I rushed back to Rose's office, brandishing the USB drive. Mom, we've got more evidence. It's time to take this to the next level. Rose's eyes gleamed with determination. What do you have in mind? I smiled, a plan already forming. I think it's time we set a trap for Grayson, and I know just how to do it. As we began to strategize, I felt a surge of confidence. Grayson had underestimated me, thinking I was just a naive, compliant wife. He was about to learn just how wrong he was. The game was changing, and this time I was going to be the one calling the shots. The next week passed in a blur of meticulous planning and carefully orchestrated deception. By day, I threw myself into work at Montgomery Construction, learning the ins and outs of the business I'd ignored for too long. By night, I plotted Grayson's downfall with a determination that surprised even me. Are you sure about this, Evelyn? My father asked one evening as we pored over the final details of our plan. There's no going back once we set this in motion. I met his gaze, my resolve unwavering. I'm sure, Dad. Grayson needs to pay for what he's done. To me, to our family, to the company. Rose squeezed my hand. We're with you, sweetheart. Every step of the way. As the day of Grayson's business trip approached, I felt a strange mix of anticipation and dread. I had to play my part perfectly, maintain the facade of the loving, unsuspecting wife right up until the moment I pulled the rug out from under him. The morning of his departure, I woke early to make Grayson's favorite breakfast. As I stood at the stove, flipping pancakes, I felt his arms snake around my waist. Something smells good, he murmured, nuzzling my neck. I forced a smile, turning to face him. I wanted to send you off right. Big presentation today, isn't it? Grayson nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement that I now recognized as greed. Could be a game changer for the company. For us. If only he knew how right he was. We ate breakfast in companionable silence, Grayson occasionally checking his phone and muttering about last-minute details. I watched him, marveling at how easily the lies fell from his lips. As he prepared to leave, I handed him his briefcase. I packed you a little surprise, I said, gesturing to the front pocket. Don't open it until you're on the plane. Grayson's face softened, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of the man I'd fallen in love with. You're too good to me, Evelyn. I swallowed hard, pushing down the lump in my throat. Have a safe flight. I love you. He kissed me goodbye, and as the door closed behind him, I let out a shaky breath. The surprise I'd packed was a USB drive containing all the evidence of his embezzlement and infidelity. By the time he landed, his world would be crumbling around him. I waited until I was sure Grayson had left before springing into action. I called Rose, my voice steady. It's done.
He's gone.
Time for phase 2. Within an hour, a team from Montgomery Construction arrived at the house. Under the guise of some routine maintenance work I'd scheduled weeks ago, they began the process of documenting every inch of the property. As I watched them work, Cataloging our possessions and taking meticulous notes, I felt a strange sense of detachment. This house, once my dream home, now felt like nothing more than an elaborate stage set for Grayson's deceptions. Midway through the day, my phone buzzed with a text from Grayson. Just boarded. Thanks for the surprise, babe. You always know how to make me smile. I stared at the message, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Part of me wanted to warn him, to give him one last chance to come clean. But I thought of all the lies, all the betrayals, and my resolve hardened. Glad you like it, I typed back. Have a great trip. Can't wait to hear all about it when you get back. As I hit send, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. There was no going back now. The rest of the day passed in a flurry of activity. I met with our lawyer, finalizing the divorce papers and ensuring everything was in order for the legal battle I knew was coming. I transferred the last of my personal belongings to my parents' house, leaving behind only what was necessary to maintain the illusion that nothing had changed. As evening fell, I stood in the empty living room, memories washing over me. Our first night in the house, the parties we'd hosted, the quiet evenings curled up on the couch. All of it tainted now by the knowledge of Grayson's true nature. My phone buzzed again, a message from Rose. It's done. Everything's in place. Are you ready for tomorrow? I took a deep breath, looking around the room one last time. I'm ready, I typed back. Tomorrow, Grayson would return to find his life in shambles. The house he'd used to impress his colleagues and mistresses would be gone. His reputation, both personal and professional, would be in tatters. And I would be waiting, ready to show him exactly who he'd underestimated. As I locked the front door for the last time, I felt a surge of anticipation. The calm before the storm was over. Tomorrow, the real battle would begin. And I was ready for war. The morning dawned crisp and clear, a stark contrast to the storm brewing inside me. I stood at the edge of our property, watching as the Montgomery construction crew arrived. Heavy machinery rumbled up the driveway, a fleet of trucks following close behind. This was it. The point of no return. Are you absolutely certain about this, Evelyn? My father asked, his voice low and concerned. I nodded, my eyes never leaving the house. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Dad. With a deep breath, I gave the signal. The foreman nodded, and the air filled with the deafening roar of engines coming to life. I watched, heart pounding, as the first excavators claw bit into the side of the house. The crack of splintering wood and shattering glass was like music to my ears. As the demolition progressed, I felt a strange mix of emotions wash over me. Grief for the life I thought I'd had, anger at Grayson's betrayal, and an overwhelming sense of liberation. With each wall that fell, I felt the weight of lies and manipulation crumbling away. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from Rose. It's done. The evidence has been delivered to the authorities. There's no going back now. I typed back a quick reply. Good. Let it all burn. By midday, our dream home, the stage for Grayson's elaborate deceptions, was nothing more than a pile of rubble. I walked through the debris, picking up fragments of our life together. A shard of the vase we'd bought on our honeymoon, a twisted picture frame that once held a photo of us smiling on the beach. All of it meaningless now. As the crew began clearing the site, my phone rang. Grayson's name flashed on the screen. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and answered. Evelyn. His voice was frantic. What the hell is going on? I just got a call from the police. They're saying something about embezzlement and fraud. And why isn't Maya answering her phone? I let out a cold laugh. Oh, Grayson. You really should have been more careful with your secrets. What are you talking about? He sputtered.
Where are you?
I'm coming home right now. Home, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm afraid you'll find that a bit difficult. You see, our house seems to have had a little accident. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Grayson spoke again, his voice was low and dangerous. What have you done, Evelyn? I walked to the edge of the property, looking out over the empty lot where our house once stood. I've done exactly what you taught me to do, darling. I've taken control. I've seized an opportunity. I've used every resource at my disposal to get what I want. You stupid bitch, he hissed. You have no idea what you've done. When you get back, you'll find divorce papers waiting for you, I interrupted, along with a team of lawyers ready to bury you in litigation. Oh, and I wouldn't count on Maya for support. She's had quite the revelation about your true nature. I could hear Grayson's ragged breathing on the other end of the line. This isn't over, Evelyn. You think you've won, but you have no idea who you're dealing with. No, Grayson, I said, my voice steady and cold. You're the one who had no idea who he was dealing with. I'm not just some stepping stone. I'm Evelyn Montgomery, and I'm the woman who's going to bring your whole world crashing down. I ended the call, a sense of grim satisfaction settling over me. I knew this was just the beginning. Grayson wouldn't go down without a fight, and his parents, Lydia especially, would no doubt rally to his defense. But for the first time in years, I felt truly in control of my own destiny. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the empty lot, I felt a presence beside me. Rose put her arm around my shoulders, and we stood in silence, watching the last of the debris being cleared away. What now? She asked softly. I turned to her, a small smile playing on my lips. Now, we prepare for war. Grayson and the Hartmans are going to throw everything they have at us. We need to be ready. Rose nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination.
We will be.
The whole family is behind you, Evelyn. We'll face this together. As we walked away from the ruins of my old life, I felt a surge of strength and purpose. Grayson had underestimated me, seen me as nothing more than a pawn in his game. But he was about to learn that sometimes the pawn becomes the queen. And in this game, I was playing to win. The aftermath of the demolition was a whirlwind of activity. I barely had time to catch my breath before the next phase of my plan kicked into gear. With Grayson's belongings salvaged from the rubble, I set about the task of delivering them to Maya's doorstep, along with a carefully curated package of evidence detailing his deceit. My hands shook as I sealed the final envelope. Inside was a letter to Maya, explaining everything: Grayson's manipulation, his financial fraud, and his plans to use her family's connections for his own gain. I debated long and hard about whether to include the details of our own failing marriage, but in the end, I decided the truth was the kindest thing I could offer her. As I watched the courier drive away with the package, I felt a mix of anticipation and dread. There was no going back now. The next 24 hours were a blur of legal meetings and damage control at Montgomery Construction. We'd known there would be fallout from exposing Grayson's embezzlement, but the reality was more chaotic than we'd anticipated. Clients were calling, demanding explanations. The press was sniffing around, sensing a juicy scandal. Through it all, I kept my phone close, waiting for the inevitable. When it finally came, it wasn't a call from Grayson or his lawyers. It was Maya. Is it true? Her voice was barely above a whisper, raw with emotion. All of it. I closed my eyes, steeling myself. Yes, Maya.
I'm so sorry.
There was a long pause, filled only by the sound of her ragged breathing. When she spoke again, her voice was stronger, tinged with anger. He's here now, you know. Showed up at my door an hour ago, full of excuses and promises. I didn't let him in. A wave of relief washed over me. Good. Maya, I know this is a lot to take in, but... Thank you, she interrupted, for telling me the truth. For not letting him do to me what he did to you. The call ended shortly after, leaving me with a bittersweet sense of closure. One more piece of Grayson's carefully constructed facade had crumbled away. But the real storm was yet to come. It hit with the force of a hurricane the next morning. I was in a meeting with our legal team when my father burst into the room, his face ashen. Evelyn, you need to see this. He handed me his tablet, opened to a local news site. The headline made my blood run cold. Montgomery Construction heir in bitter divorce battle. Accusations of fraud and destruction of property. The article was a masterpiece of spin, painting Grayson as the victim of a vengeful wife and a corrupt family business. It hinted at deeper scandals, suggesting that the demolition of our house was an attempt to destroy evidence of larger financial crimes. "Lydia," I growled, recognizing the manipulative hand of my mother-in-law in every carefully crafted sentence. As if summoned by her name, my phone lit up with an incoming call. Lydia Hartman's number flashed on the screen. I answered, my voice cold. "Hello, Lydia." "Evelyn, darling." Her tone was saccharine, dripping with false concern. "I just saw the most distressing news. Are you all right? This must be such a difficult time for you." I gritted my teeth, seeing through her act. "Cut the crap, Lydia. We both know you're behind this hit piece." She laughed, a brittle sound. "Oh, Evelyn. Always so quick to accuse. I'm merely looking out for my son's interests. Surely you can understand that." "What I understand," I said, my voice low and dangerous, "is that you and Grayson have grossly underestimated me. This little media stunt? It's just the beginning of your problems." There was a pause, and when Lydia spoke again, the fake sweetness was gone from her voice. "You have no idea what you're up against, you foolish girl. The Hartmans have connections you can't even imagine. We'll bury you and your little family business." I smiled, though she couldn't see it. "Bring it on, Lydia. I'm not the naive girl you think I am. I've learned from the best. You and Grayson taught me well." I ended the call, my heart pounding. The room had fallen silent, all eyes on me. "Well," my father said, breaking the tension, "I think it's safe to say the gloves are off." I nodded, a grim determination settling over me. We knew this was coming. Time to put our contingency plans into action. For the rest of the day, we worked tirelessly, countering the Hartmans' narrative with our own press releases, reaching out to loyal clients to reassure them, and preparing for the legal battle ahead. As night fell, I found myself standing at the window of my office, looking out over the city. Somewhere out there, Grayson and his family were plotting their next move. But for the first time since this all began, I felt truly ready for whatever they might throw at me. The old Evelyn, the one who had been content to play the role of trophy wife, who had ignored the red flags and swallowed the lies, was gone. In her place stood a woman forged in the fires of betrayal and determination. Grayson had wanted a war. Now he was going to get one. And I intended to win. The legal battle with Grayson and the Hartmans dragged on for months, a grueling war of attrition that tested every ounce of my resolve. But as the dust finally began to settle, I found myself standing on the other side, battered but unbroken. The final hearing was a blur of legal jargon and tense silences. I sat across from Grayson, studying the man I'd once loved. He looked older, the strain of the past months etched into the lines around his eyes. For a moment, I felt a flicker of pity, quickly extinguished by the memory of his betrayal. As the judge delivered her verdict, I held my breath. The words washed over me like a cleansing wave. In favor of the plaintiff, Evelyn Montgomery. It was over. We'd won. Outside the courthouse, surrounded by a sea of reporters, I felt my mother's hand slip into mine. Rose's voice was steady as she addressed the crowd. "Montgomery Construction has always stood for integrity and hard work. Today's verdict reaffirms those values. We're grateful for the court's decision and look forward to moving past this difficult chapter." I met Grayson's eyes as he pushed through the crowd. For a moment, the mask slipped, and I saw a flicker of the man I'd married, vulnerable, almost lost. But then Lydia appeared at his side, her face a storm of barely contained rage, and the moment passed. "This isn't over," Lydia hissed as they brushed past us. I smiled, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. "Yes, Lydia, it is." The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. With the legal battle behind us, I threw myself into rebuilding both the company and my life. We weathered the storm of bad press, emerging stronger and more united as a family and a business. On a crisp autumn morning, I stood in front of a modest craftsman-style house, keys in hand. It wasn't the sprawling mansion Grayson and I had shared, but as I walked through the rooms, I felt something I hadn't in years, a sense of home. As I unpacked, I came across a photo album I'd forgotten about. Inside were snapshots of my life with Grayson, our wedding, vacations, parties with friends. I traced my finger over our smiling faces, remembering the hope and love I'd felt back then. For the first time since everything had fallen apart, I allowed myself to cry. Not for the loss of Grayson or the life we'd had, but for the woman I'd been. Naive, trusting, willing to dim her own light to make someone else shine brighter. A knock at the door startled me from my reverie. I opened it to find Maya standing on my porch, looking nervous but determined. "I hope I'm not intruding," she said softly. I wanted to thank you, and to apologize." I invited her in, and over cups of tea, we talked, really talked for the first time, about Grayson, about the pain of betrayal, and about the strength it takes to rebuild. As Maya was leaving, she turned to me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "You know, Evelyn, I used to be so jealous of you. I thought you had everything. But now I see that what you have, your strength, your family, your sense of self, those are the things that really matter." Her words stayed with me long after she'd gone, a reminder of how far I'd come. That night, I sat on my new porch, watching the sun set over the neighborhood. My phone buzzed with a text from Rose. "Proud of you, sweetheart. Your father, and I can't wait to see the new place tomorrow." I smiled, feeling a surge of gratitude for my family's unwavering support. They had been my rock through all of this, reminding me of who I was when I'd lost sight of myself. As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, I thought about the journey that had brought me here. The pain, the betrayal, the fight to reclaim my life, it had all led to this moment of quiet peace. I wasn't the same woman who had stood in that kitchen, shattered by Grayson's cruel words. I was stronger now, wiser, more aware of my own worth. I had faced my fears, stood up to manipulation and deceit, and come out the other side. The future stretched out before me, full of possibilities. There would be challenges, of course. The scars of what I'd been through wouldn't fade overnight. But for the first time in a long time, I felt truly excited about what lay ahead. I took a deep breath, savoring the crisp night air. Grayson had called me a stepping stone, but he'd been wrong. I wasn't a stepping stone in someone else's journey. I was the architect of my own path, the builder of my own dreams. As I stood to go inside, I paused for a moment, looking up at the stars. "Thank you," I whispered, to no one and everyone at once. For the lessons, for the strength, for the chance to start anew. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to grow and learn. But tonight, in this moment of hard-won peace, I was exactly where I needed to be. I was home. My name is Evelyn Reeves, and I never thought I'd be standing on the porch of my childhood home, suitcase in hand, feeling like a stranger. The divorce papers were barely dry, and here I was, crawling back to the very place I'd fought so hard to escape. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," my sister Clara's voice dripped with sarcasm as she opened the door. "The prodigal daughter returns." I forced a smile. "Nice to see you too, Clara." She stepped aside, allowing me to enter the house that seemed smaller and more suffocating than I remembered. The air was thick with the scent of my mother's signature pot roast, a smell that used to comfort me, but now only churned my stomach.
Mom, Dad.
"Evelyn's here," Clara called out, her voice echoing through the house. I heard the clatter of pots in the kitchen, followed by hurried footsteps. My mother, Ruth, appeared in the hallway, wiping her hands on her apron. Her eyes narrowed as she took me in. "So, you've finally decided to grace us with your presence," she said, her tone sharp enough to cut glass. "Hello, Mother," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "I hope it's okay that I'm here." "Of course it is," my father, Walter, chimed in from behind her, his voice soft and placating as always. "You're always welcome here, sweetheart." I caught the look my mother shot him, a mixture of annoyance and disapproval. It was a look I knew all too well. "I appreciate that, Dad," I said, setting my suitcase down. "I won't be staying long, just until I get back on my feet." "Oh." My mother raised an eyebrow. "And how long will that take?"
A week?
"A month? You know money doesn't grow on trees, Evelyn." I bit back a retort. If anyone knew about money not growing on trees, it was me. I'd been supporting this family for years, sending checks that seemed to disappear into a black hole of never-ending expenses. "I'm still working, Mom," I explained, trying to keep my tone neutral. "I can contribute to the household expenses while I'm here." Clara snorted from her perch on the stairs. "How generous of you, MS. Big shot creative director." I ignored her, focusing instead on my parents. "I just need some time to figure things out after the divorce." At the mention of my failed marriage, my mother's face softened slightly. "Well, I suppose we can make room for you. Your old bedroom is still available." "Thank you," I said, picking up my suitcase. "I'll just go get settled in." As I made my way up the stairs, I heard my mother's voice, barely above a whisper. "Walter, we need to talk about this. With Evelyn here, maybe we can finally get our finances sorted out." I paused, my hand on the banister. There was something in her tone that set alarm bells ringing in my head. "Not now, Ruth." My father hushed her. "Let's just be glad she's home." I continued up the stairs, my mind racing. What did they mean by getting their finances sorted out? I'd been sending them money regularly, more than enough to cover their expenses. Where was it all going? As I reached the landing, I caught sight of Clara slipping into her room, her phone pressed to her ear. "Yeah, she's here," I heard her say in a low voice. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." I froze, my heart pounding. Who was she talking to? And what exactly was she planning to take care of? Standing there in the hallway of my childhood home, I suddenly felt like a stranger in a house full of secrets. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a web of deceit that would unravel my entire world. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Clara's hushed phone conversation and my parents' whispers about finances gnawed at me. I needed answers, and I knew just where to start. The next morning, I cornered Clara in the kitchen. She was lounging at the table, scrolling through her phone, a half-eaten piece of toast forgotten beside her. "We need to talk," I said, my voice tight with barely contained anger. Clara looked up, her eyes narrowing. "About what?" "About the money you've been sending to Caleb." The color drained from her face, but she quickly recovered, plastering on a look of innocence. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Cut the crap, Clara. I heard you on the phone last night. What's going on?" She sighed, setting her phone down.
Fine.
"Yes, I've been helping Caleb. Someone had to." My jaw clenched. "And why, exactly, did my ex-husband need your help?" "Because you left him high and dry." Clara snapped. "Do you have any idea how much he's struggling? His business is failing, Evelyn. He needed help, and you weren't there to give it." I felt like I'd been slapped. I wasn't there. I supported him for years while he chased his dreams. I put my own career on hold. And when things got tough, he's the one who walked out on me. Clara rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. You were always so focused on your precious career. Caleb just needed a little support, a little understanding. And you were more than happy to provide that, weren't you?" I spat, the pieces falling into place. "How long has this been going on, Clara? Were you helping him before we even divorced?" She had the decency to look ashamed for a moment, but it quickly passed. "Someone had to be there for him. You certainly weren't." I laughed bitterly. "And I suppose that someone just had to be my little sister? Tell me, Clara, where did you get the money to help poor, struggling Caleb?" She squirmed in her seat. "That's none of your business." "It is when I'm the one who's been supporting this family for years," I shot back. "Have you been using the money I send to help my ex-husband?" Clara's silence was all the answer I needed. "You're unbelievable," I said, shaking my head. "Both of you. I've been killing myself to keep this family afloat, and you've been funneling money to Caleb behind my back." "It's not like that," Clara protested weakly. "He really needed help, Evelyn. You're just being selfish." Selfish. I felt my temper flare. "I've given everything to this family, Clara. Everything. And this is how you repay me." She stood up, her chair scraping against the floor.
You don't understand.
"Caleb Dash. I don't want to hear it." I cut her off. "I'm done. Done with your excuses. Done with being taken for granted. If Caleb needs help so badly, you can support him yourself from now on. I turned to leave, but Clara's next words stopped me cold. It wasn't just me, you know. Mom and Dad have been helping him too. I spun back around, my heart pounding. What? Clara's eyes widened, realizing she'd said too much. I shouldn't have said that. But it was too late. The floodgates had opened, and I knew I was only scratching the surface of this betrayal. My own parents, conspiring with my ex-husband behind my back? How deep did this deception go? I stormed out of the kitchen, my mind reeling. I needed answers, and I needed them now. But more than that, I needed a plan. If my entire family had been plotting against me, using me for my money, while supporting the man who broke my heart, then it was time to take matters into my own hands. As I climbed the stairs to my room, a cold determination settled over me. They wanted to play games?
Fine.
But they were about to learn that I could play too. And I played to win. The revelation that my parents were also involved in this web of deceit left me reeling. I needed proof, something concrete to confront them with. That night, I waited until the house was quiet before sneaking into my father's study. My hands shook as I rifled through his desk drawers, searching for any evidence of their betrayal. In the bottom drawer, hidden beneath a stack of old magazines, I found a folder labeled CR, Investments. My heart raced as I opened it. Inside were bank statements, receipts, and handwritten notes detailing money transfers to Caleb's business. The amounts were staggering, far more than the family support I'd been providing. I felt sick as I realized the extent of their deception. A creaking floorboard made me freeze. I quickly replaced the folder and slipped out of the study, narrowly avoiding my mother in the hallway. The next morning, I cornered my parents in the kitchen. "We need to talk," I said, my voice trembling with barely contained anger. My mother looked up from her coffee, feigning innocence. "About what, dear?" "About the money you've been funneling to Caleb behind my back." The color drained from my father's face, but my mother's expression hardened. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said coldly. "Don't lie to me," I snapped, slamming my hand on the table. "I saw the folder, Mom. I know everything." My father slumped in his chair, defeated. "Evelyn, we can explain dash." "Explain what?" I cut him off. "How you've been stealing from me to support my ex-husband. How you've been lying to my face for months, maybe years." "We were trying to help," my mother insisted. "Caleb's business was struggling, and we couldn't just stand by and watch it fail." I laughed bitterly. "And it never occurred to you to ask me? To be honest with me?" "You wouldn't have understood," she said dismissively. "You were always so focused on your career, you couldn't see how much Caleb needed our support." "Our support?" I echoed incredulously. "You mean my money? Money I earned while you all sat here, doing nothing." My father at least had the decency to look ashamed. "We thought we were doing the right thing, sweetheart. Caleb is family dash." "Was family?" I corrected him sharply. "He stopped being family the moment he walked out on me. But I guess that didn't matter to any of you, did it?" The silence that followed was deafening. I looked from my mother's defiant face to my father's guilty one, feeling a chasm open up between us. "I'm done," I said quietly. "No more money, no more support. You want to help Caleb so badly? You can do it without me." My mother's eyes widened in panic. "Evelyn, be reasonable. We need that money. The mortgage, the bills dash." "Not my problem anymore," I cut her off. "You made your choice. Now you get to live with it." I turned to leave, but my father's voice stopped me. "Where will you go?" I paused at the doorway, not bothering to look back. "Away from here. Away from all of you." As I climbed the stairs to pack my things, I heard my parents arguing in hushed, frantic tones. Part of me felt guilty for leaving them in the lurch, but a larger part felt a grim satisfaction. They'd made their bed. Now they could lie in it. In my room, I pulled out my phone and dialed a number I hadn't called in years. "Hello," a gruff voice answered. "Grandma Nina? It's Evelyn. I need your help." There was a pause, then a chuckle. Well, about time you called, girl. What kind of trouble are you in?" As I explained the situation, I could almost hear the wheels turning in my grandmother's head. When I finished, she let out a long, low whistle. "Sounds like you've got yourself in quite a pickle," she said. "But don't you worry. Your old grandma's got an idea that'll set things right." As Nina outlined her plan, a slow smile spread across my face. It was time to teach my family a lesson they'd never forget. The drive to Savannah was long and tense, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I replayed my conversation with Grandma Nina. Her plan was audacious, bordering on cruel, but the more I thought about it, the more it felt like justice. Nina's restaurant, the Savannah Spoon, stood proud on a bustling corner, its weathered brick facade a testament to decades of success. As I pushed open the heavy wooden door, the aroma of spices and sizzling meat enveloped me. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," Nina's gravelly voice called out from behind the counter. She emerged, wiping her hands on a dish towel, her steel-gray hair pulled back in a tight bun. "You look like hell, girl." I managed a weak smile.
Thanks, Grandma.
"It's been a rough few days." She nodded, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of my disheveled appearance. "Come on back. We've got some plotting to do." In the cramped office behind the kitchen, I spilled everything. The betrayal, the lies, the years of manipulation. Nina listened silently, her face growing stormier with each revelation. When I finished, she let out a long, low whistle. Those ungrateful vultures. I always knew Ruth had a mean streak, but this is something else. "I don't know what to do, Grandma," I admitted, feeling tears prick at my eyes. "I can't just let them get away with it, but they're still my family." Nina's eyes glinted with a mix of mischief and determination. "Family doesn't treat each other like ATMs, girl. It's time they learned the value of hard work and honesty." She outlined her plan in detail, selling the family home, bringing everyone to work in the restaurant, teaching them the meaning of real labor. It was harsh, perhaps even cruel, but as she spoke, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. "You think it'll work?" I asked, a glimmer of hope kindling in my chest. Nina grinned, a fierce expression that reminded me of her reputation as the toughest restaurateur in Savannah. "Oh, it'll work all right. By the time I'm done with them, they'll either shape up or ship out." We spent the next few hours hammering out the details. I'd need to act fast before my family could drain any more money from my accounts. Nina made some calls, setting things in motion with a speed that left me breathless. As night fell, we sat on the restaurant's back porch, nursing glasses of sweet tea. The warm Savannah air was thick with a scent of jasmine and possibility. "You know this won't be easy, right?" Nina said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. "They're going to fight you every step of the way." I nodded, steeling myself for the battle ahead. "I know, but it's time they face the consequences of their actions. And maybe this will be the wake-up call they need." Nina reached over and squeezed my hand. "You're stronger than you know, Evelyn. You've got more of me in you than any of them ever did." The next morning, I made the calls. To a realtor, to put the family home on the market. To my bank, to freeze the accounts I'd set up for my parents and Clara. And finally, to my mother, Evelyn. Her voice was wary, uncertain. "Where are you? When are you coming home?" I took a deep breath, Nina's reassuring presence beside me giving me strength. "I'm not coming home, Mom. In fact, there won't be a home to come back to soon." "What are you talking about?" Panic edged into her tone. "I'm selling the house," I said, my voice steady. "And you, Dad, and Clara have a choice to make. You can either come to Savannah and work for Grandma Nina, learning what it means to earn your keep, or you can figure things out on your own." The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. When my mother finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "You can't do this. We're your family." "You should have thought of that before you betrayed me," I replied, feeling a mix of sadness and resolve. "You have 1 week to decide. Choose wisely." As I hung up, I caught sight of my reflection in the window. For the first time in years, I saw not just Evelyn the provider, the dutiful daughter, but Evelyn the survivor. Evelyn the fighter. The game had changed. Now it was my turn to make the rules. The week that followed my ultimatum was a whirlwind of activity. I worked tirelessly with Nina to prepare for the potential arrival of my family, all while orchestrating the sale of our childhood home from afar. The realtor I'd hired was a shark, moving with ruthless efficiency to get the house on the market. My phone buzzed constantly with messages and calls from my family, each more desperate than the last. I ignored most of them, steeling myself against the emotional manipulation I knew would come. On the 5th day, I finally answered a call from my father. "Evelyn, please," he pleaded, his voice cracking. "You can't do this to us. This house. It's all we have." I closed my eyes, fighting back the wave of guilt that threatened to overwhelm me. "No, Dad. It's all you have because you've been living off me for years. It's time for that to change. But where will we go? What about your mother's garden? Clara's dash? You have a choice." I cut him off, my voice firm. "Come to Savannah and work, or figure it out on your own. Those are your only options now." The silence on the other end was deafening. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "We'll come. God help us, we'll come." As I hung up, I caught Nina watching me from across the restaurant. She nodded approvingly, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. The next few days were a flurry of preparation. Nina cleared out an old storage room above the restaurant, transforming it into a makeshift apartment. I worked alongside her, scrubbing floors and assembling cheap furniture, my hands blistering from the unaccustomed labor. "This is just the beginning for them," Nina remarked as we hauled in a second-hand couch. "They think they've had it tough. They ain't seen nothing yet." On the day of their arrival, I stood outside the restaurant, my stomach churning with a mix of anticipation and dread. A taxi pulled up, and out stumbled my family, looking shell-shocked and disheveled. My mother was the first to speak, her eyes red-rimmed and accusing. "I hope you're happy, Evelyn. You've destroyed everything we've built." I met her gaze steadily.
No, Mom.
"You destroyed it when you chose to betray me. This is your chance to rebuild." Clara snorted, tossing her hair defiantly. "And what makes you think we'll play along with your little power trip?" Before I could respond, Nina emerged from the restaurant, her presence commanding instant attention. "Because, little girl," she growled, "if you don't, you'll find yourselves on the street faster than you can say, entitled brat. This isn't a game. This is your new reality." My father, looking older and more defeated than I'd ever seen him, stepped forward. "What do you want us to do?" Nina's smile was all teeth. "Oh, we've got plenty for you to do. Walter, you'll be washing dishes. Ruth, you're on prep duty. And Clara, you get to wait tables." The look of horror on Clara's face was almost comical. "Wait tables? I don't know how to dash." "You'll learn." Nina cut her off. "Or you'll starve. Simple as that." As my family was herded into the restaurant, each looking more shell-shocked than the last, I felt a strange mix of satisfaction and unease. This was what I wanted, wasn't it? To teach them a lesson, to make them understand the value of hard work and honesty. But as I watched them disappear into the kitchen, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered a troubling question. At what cost? Nina's hand on my shoulder startled me out of my thoughts. "You did good, girl. Now comes the hard part." I nodded, squaring my shoulders. "I'm ready." As I followed her into the restaurant, the smell of spices and sizzling meat enveloping me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was stepping into a new chapter of my life. One where the lines between justice and revenge, love and resentment, would blur in ways I couldn't yet imagine. The game had begun, and there was no turning back now. The Savannah spoon buzzed with the frenetic energy of the dinner rush. Amid the chaos, I watched my family stumble through their new roles, a mixture of satisfaction and unease churning in my gut. Clara, her hair frizzed and makeup smudged, fumbled with a tray of drinks. "Table 7, sweetie," Nina barked, her eyes sharp as she supervised the floor. Clara's lips tightened, but she said nothing, tottering towards the table in her unfamiliar heels. In the kitchen, the clash of pots and pans punctuated my father's muttered curses as he battled a mountain of dirty dishes. My mother, her perfectly manicured nails now hidden beneath food-stained gloves, chopped vegetables with a vengeance. each slice of her knife an accusation. You gonna stand there all night, or are you gonna make yourself useful? Nina's voice cut through my observations. I turned to find her holding out an apron, her eyebrow raised in challenge. Swallowing my pride, I tied on the apron and joined the fray. For the next few hours, I bussed tables, ran food, and mopped up spills, my body aching in ways I'd forgotten were possible. As the night wore on, the cracks in my family's facade began to show. Clara, overwhelmed by a particularly demanding table, snapped at a customer, her voice shrill with frustration. If you don't like the service, maybe you should try cooking your own damn food. The restaurant fell silent, all eyes turning to our corner. Nina materialized like a storm cloud, her voice low and dangerous. Take a break, Clara.
Now.
As Clara fled to the back, tears streaking her mascara, I caught my mother's eye across the room. For a moment, I saw a flicker of the woman I remembered from childhood, worried, protective. But then her gaze hardened, and she turned away. The night crawled on, each minute an eternity of sore feet and frayed nerves. Just when I thought we'd made it through, disaster struck. A crash from the kitchen had us all running. We found my father on the floor, surrounded by shattered plates and splattered food. I can't do this, he muttered, his hands shaking. I'm not cut out for this kind of work. Nina surveyed the scene, her face unreadable. Clean it up, she said finally. All of you, together. As we knelt on the cold tile, picking up shards of porcelain and soggy lettuce, I felt the weight of our shared humiliation. This was what I'd wanted, wasn't it? To see them brought low, to make them understand the value of hard work? But as I watched my mother's trembling hands and my father's defeated slump, I felt a pang of doubt. Was this justice, or had I gone too far? The restaurant closed at last, and we gathered in the empty dining room, exhausted and shell-shocked. Nina stood before us, her arms crossed. Well, she said, her voice cutting through the silence, I hope you all learned something tonight. Clara, her makeup a mess and her uniform stained, let out a bitter laugh. Oh, we learned plenty. We learned that our dear sister is a vindictive by dash. Enough. My mother's sharp voice surprised us all. She turned to me, her eyes blazing. Is this what you wanted, Evelyn? To see us suffer? To punish us? I met her gaze, my voice steady despite the turmoil in my chest. I wanted you to understand, to see what it's like to work for something instead of just taking and taking. And, do you feel better now? My father asked quietly. Now that you've brought us low? The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation and hurt. I opened my mouth to respond, but the words wouldn't come. Nina's hand on my shoulder startled me. I think that's enough for tonight, she said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. Go get some rest. Tomorrow's another day. As we trudged up to our cramped apartment above the restaurant, the weight of what I'd done settled over me like a shroud. I'd wanted justice, but at what cost? The lines between right and wrong, between punishment and cruelty, had blurred beyond recognition. Lying in my narrow bed, listening to the muffled sobs from the next room, I wondered if there was any coming back from this. If the bridges I'd burned could ever be rebuilt. Little did I know, the true test of our family's resilience was yet to come. The morning sun had barely crept over Savannah's historic skyline when I heard the commotion downstairs. Voices, raised and urgent, pulled me from my fitful sleep. I stumbled down the stairs, my heart racing, to find a scene I never expected. There, in the middle of the Savannah Spoon's dining room, stood Caleb. My ex-husband, the man I'd tried so hard to forget, was facing off against my grandmother Nina. My family huddled nearby, their faces a mix of shock and guilt. What the hell is going on here? I demanded, my voice cutting through the tension. Caleb turned to me, his eyes wide with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Evelyn, I can explain everything. Nina's hand on my arm stopped me from lashing out. Let him talk, girl. You need to hear this. Over the next hour, as the early morning light filled the restaurant, Caleb unraveled a tale that shook me to my core. He spoke of manipulation, of lies whispered in his ear by my own parents. of how Ruth and Walter had convinced him that I was the reason for our financial troubles, that I was holding him back from success. They told me you were siphoning money from our accounts, Caleb said, his voice thick with regret, that you were planning to leave me high and dry. I was stupid enough to believe them. I turned to my parents, searching their faces for any sign of denial. But all I saw was shame. Is this true? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. My mother stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears. We thought we were protecting you, Evelyn. We saw how hard you were working, how much you were sacrificing for Caleb's dreams. We wanted you to have a better life. By destroying my marriage? I spat, anger rising like bile in my throat. We never meant for it to go this far. My father interjected, his voice weak. We just wanted you to see that you deserved better. Clara, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke up. I knew, she admitted, her voice small. I knew what they were doing, and I went along with it. I thought I was helping you too. The weight of their confessions pressed down on me, threatening to crush me. All this time, I'd thought I was the victim of their greed and manipulation. But the truth was far more complex, far more painful. Caleb's hand on my shoulder startled me. I've been working to repay the debts, Evelyn. Every penny. I wanted to make things right, to show you that I wasn't the man they made me out to be. I looked into his eyes, searching for the man I'd once loved. And for the first time in years, I saw him, flawed but sincere. Nina's voice cut through my swirling thoughts. Well, ain't this a fine mess, she said, her tone sharp but not unkind. Seems to me you've all got some serious soul-searching to do. She was right, of course. The truth lay before us, raw and uncomfortable. The lines between right and wrong, between victim and perpetrator, had blurred beyond recognition. I felt the weight of everyone's eyes on me, waiting for my reaction. Would I forgive? Could I forgive? The resentment I'd nursed for so long warred with a newfound understanding. I need some air. I managed, pushing past them all and out into the savannah morning. As I walked the cobblestone streets, my mind raced. I'd come here seeking justice, revenge even. But now, faced with the truth, I realized that the path forward wasn't clear-cut. Could I forgive my family for their misguided attempts to protect me? Could I trust Caleb again, knowing he'd been manipulated but had also doubted me? And perhaps most importantly, could I forgive myself for the pain I'd caused in my own quest for retribution? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I found myself at a crossroads. The choice I made now would shape not just my future, but the future of my entire family. Redemption hung in the balance, fragile and uncertain. With a deep breath, I turned back towards the Savannah spoon. It was time to face the music, to confront the tangled web of love, betrayal, and misunderstanding that had brought us all to this point. Little did I know, the true test of our family's resilience was about to begin. As I pushed open the door to the Savannah spoon, the weight of expectation hung heavy in the air. My family stood where I'd left them, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and fear. Caleb lingered at the edge of the group, his eyes meeting mine with a silent plea. Nina's voice cut through the tension. Well, girl, what's it gonna be? I took a deep breath, steadying myself. I've done a lot of thinking. I began, my voice stronger than I felt. We've all made mistakes. We've all hurt each other in ways we never intended. Clara stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. Evelyn, I'm so sorry. I was jealous and selfish. I never stopped to think about how hard you were working, how much you were sacrificing for us. Her words, so unexpected, cracked something open inside me. I reached out and took her hand, squeezing it gently. I'm sorry too, Clara. I should have seen how much you were struggling. My mother approached next, her usual composure crumbling. We thought we were protecting you, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. But we were wrong. So terribly wrong. My father nodded, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Can you ever forgive us, Evelyn? I looked at them, really looked at them, perhaps for the first time in years. I saw not the manipulators and users I'd painted them as, but flawed, human people who'd lost their way. I think, I said slowly, that forgiveness is something we're all going to have to work on, together. Caleb cleared his throat, drawing my attention. Evelyn, I know I have no right to ask, but is there any chance we could start over? As friends. I met his gaze, searching for the man I'd once loved. And while the romantic love was gone, I found something else, the possibility of a different kind of relationship, built on honesty and mutual respect. I'd like that, I said softly. Nina's bark of laughter broke the emotional tension. Well, ain't this touching? But don't think this means you're all off the hook. There's still work to be done. And work we did. Over the next few weeks, we threw ourselves into the restaurant with renewed vigor. Clara, to everyone's surprise, discovered a talent for customer service. My mother's organizational skills transformed the chaotic kitchen into a well-oiled machine. And my father, his confidence growing daily, became Nina's right-hand man in managing the books. As for me, I found a new balance. I continued my work as a creative director remotely, but I also carved out time to help at the restaurant. Watching my family grow, change, and support each other filled me with a pride I'd never known before. One evening, as we closed up shop, Nina pulled me aside. "You did good, girl," she said, her gruff voice tinged with warmth. "You took a broken family and helped forge it into something stronger." I smiled, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. "We did it together," I replied. As I prepared to return to the city, my family gathered to see me off. There were hugs, tears, and promises to stay in touch. Promises I knew we'd keep this time. Caleb approached last, a small smile on his face. "Thank you," he said simply, "for giving us all a second chance." I nodded, feeling the last vestiges of resentment melt away. "Take care of yourself, Caleb." As I drove away from Savannah, I felt lighter, freer. The wounds of betrayal and misunderstanding were healing, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the complexities of family love. I knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. Trust, once broken, takes time to rebuild. But as I watched the city recede in my rearview mirror, I felt a surge of hope. We had weathered the storm together and emerged stronger for it. And whatever challenges lay ahead, I knew we'd face them as a family, flawed, complicated, but ultimately united. As the sun set over the Georgia landscape, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, I smiled. This wasn't an ending, I realized. It was a new beginning, for all of us. "Everett, are you really going to let her talk to me like that?" I can't keep the tremor out of my voice as I stare at my husband, silently pleading for support. Mavis, my mother-in-law, sneers from across the kitchen table. "You've never been good enough for my son." The words hang in the air, sharp and poisonous. Everett shifts uncomfortably, his eyes darting between us. He opens his mouth, closes it, then reaches for his coffee mug instead. "My name is Cora, and this is the moment my world began to unravel." "I think we all need to calm down," Everett finally mumbles, his gaze fixed on the tablecloth. Mavis's lips curl into a triumphant smile. "Yes, Cora. Do try to control yourself." I push back from the table, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. "I need some air." As I storm out onto the back porch, I hear Mavis's voice drifting after me. "So dramatic. I don't know how you put up with her, darling." The cool morning air does little to soothe the fire in my chest. How did we get here? It's only been 2 weeks since Mavis moved in after her husband's death, but it feels like an eternity. The screen door creaks open behind me. "Mom?" Lila's voice is soft, hesitant. "Are you okay?" I turn to face my daughter, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Just a little disagreement." Lila's brow furrows. At 17, she's perceptive enough to see through my facade. Grandma's being awful again, isn't she? Before I can respond, Mavis's shrill voice cuts through the air. "Lila, come help me with the dishes." Lila rolls her eyes. "I should go. Don't let her get to you, Mom." As she disappears back into the house, I lean against the porch railing, trying to steady my breathing. The sound of raised voices filters through the open windows. "Wasting her potential," Mavis is saying. "A girl like Lila should be thinking about marriage, not some fancy college. Mom, we've talked about this. Everett replies, his tone weary. Lila's future is her decision. And you're just going to let Cora fill her head with nonsense? Mark my words, that girl will end up just like her mother, stuck in this backwater town with nothing to show for it. Something inside me snaps. I burst back into the kitchen, my hands clenched into fists. That's enough. 3 pairs of eyes swivel towards me. Lila, paused mid-dish drying, looks caught between concern and relief. Everett's face is a mask of discomfort. And Mavis looks positively gleeful. I will not stand here and let you insult me or my daughter, I say, my voice low and dangerous. This is our home, Mavis. You're a guest here. Mavis's eyes narrow. Everett, are you going to let her speak to your mother this way? I turn to my husband, silently willing him to take a stand. But Everett just sighs, running a hand through his hair. Can't we all just get along? In that moment, I see our future stretching out before me. Years of snide comments, undermining, and passive-aggressive battles. Years of Everett caught in the middle, never quite choosing a side. No, I say quietly. I don't think we can. I lock eyes with Lila, seeing a reflection of my own determination. Whatever happens next, I know one thing for certain. I won't let Mavis destroy everything we've built. This is war, and I intend to win. I slam the car door shut, my hands shaking as I grip the steering wheel. Lila slides into the passenger seat, her face a mix of concern and determination. You okay, Mom? She asks softly. I take a deep breath, forcing a smile. I will be. Let's just get you to school. As we pull out of the driveway, I catch sight of Mavis watching from the living room window. Her lips are pursed in disapproval, and I feel a surge of anger rising in my chest. The drive to Lila's high school is tense, the air thick with unspoken words. Finally, Lila breaks the silence. I heard what Grandma said about college, she says, her voice tight. She's wrong, isn't she? I glance at my daughter, seeing the uncertainty in her eyes. Of course she's wrong, sweetheart. Your future is yours to decide, not hers. Lila nods, but I can tell she's still troubled. As we pull up to the school, I reach out and squeeze her hand. We'll figure this out, okay? Don't let her get in your head. Lila manages a small smile before climbing out of the car. I watch her walk away, my heart heavy with worry. The house is quiet when I return. Everett's already left for work, and Mavis is nowhere to be seen. I breathe a sigh of relief, savoring the moment of peace. It doesn't last long. Cora? Mavis's voice cuts through the silence. Is that you? I steel myself before answering. Yes, Mavis. I'm in the kitchen. She appears in the doorway, her face a mask of concern. I was hoping we could talk about this morning. I feel terrible about our little misunderstanding. I bite back a retort, knowing it will only make things worse. What did you want to say? Mavis settles herself at the table, folding her hands primly. I've been thinking about Lila's future. You know, I only want what's best for her. And what do you think is best? I ask, already dreading the answer. Well, college is all well and good for some girls, Mavis begins, her tone patronizing. But Lila's such a pretty thing. With the right guidance, she could make a wonderful wife and mother. There's no shame in that, you know. I feel my blood begin to boil. Lila can be anything she wants to be, Mavis, including a wife and mother, if that's her choice. But it will be her choice. Mavis's eyes narrow. You're filling her head with unrealistic expectations. Not everyone can have a fancy career. Some of us have to be practical. Practical? I repeat, my voice rising. Is that what you call crushing a young woman's dreams? Now, Cora, Mavis says, her tone sickly sweet. I know you mean well, but you have to face facts. The world out there isn't kind to girls like Lila. Better she learns that now than waste years chasing pipe dreams. I open my mouth to argue, but the sound of the front door opening interrupts us. Everett walks in, his brow furrowing as he takes in the scene. Everything okay in here? He asks cautiously. Mavis's demeanor instantly changes. Oh, Everett, darling. I'm so glad you're home. I was just trying to have a reasonable discussion with Cora about Lila's future, but she's being so difficult. I turn to my husband, silently pleading for support. But Everett just sighs, running a hand through his hair. Can't we table this for now? He asks wearily. I've had a long day. I feel a surge of frustration. Everett, this is important. Your mother is trying to dictate Lila's entire future. I'm sure she's just trying to help, Everett says, avoiding my gaze. Mavis smiles triumphantly. See, Cora? Everett understands. We only want what's best for Lila. As I watch my husband retreat to his study, leaving me alone with Mavis, I realize the battle lines have been drawn. If I want to protect Lila's dreams, I'll have to do it alone. But I'm ready for the fight. Mavis may think she's won this round, but she has no idea what I'm capable of when it comes to defending my daughter's future. I'm sorting through a pile of college brochures when I hear hushed voices coming from Everett's study. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I creep closer to the door, straining to listen. Can't let her go, Everett. Mavis's voice hisses. Once Lila leaves for college, we'll lose all control. My heart races as I wait for Everett's response. Surely, he'll defend our daughter's dreams. I know, Mom, he sighs. But what can we do? Cora's set on this college thing. I clench my fists, anger rising in my chest. How dare they plot behind my back? Leave it to me, Mavis says, her tone smug. I've already spoken to your cousin about that receptionist position at his firm. Perfect for a girl like Lila. You really think she'd go for that? Everett asks, doubt creeping into his voice. Of course not, Mavis scoffs. But if her college applications mysteriously go missing, or her scholarships fall through, well, she'll need a backup plan, won't she? I've heard enough. Pushing the door open, I storm into the study. How could you? I demand, glaring at Everett. He jumps, guilt written all over his face. Cora, Save it, I snap. Turning to Mavis, I feel a surge of rage. And you? How dare you try to sabotage Lila's future? Mavis's eyes narrow. I'm doing what's best for this family. Something you clearly don't understand. Get out, I seethe. Both of you. I need to think. As they leave, Everett hesitates in the doorway. Cora, please. Let's talk about this. I shake my head, fighting back tears. There's nothing to talk about. You've made your choice. Alone in the study, I sink into Everett's chair, my mind reeling. How long has this been going on? How many of Lila's dreams have they already crushed? I pull out my phone, dialing Ruth's number with shaking hands. She answers on the second ring. Cora, what's wrong? Everything. I choke out. Ruth, I need your help. An hour later, I'm sitting in Ruth's cozy kitchen, a mug of tea warming my hands. I've told her everything. Mavis's manipulations, Everett's betrayal, the plot against Lila's college plans. Ruth's face is a storm of emotions. Oh, honey, she says, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. I'm so sorry you're going through this. I don't know what to do, I admit, feeling lost. How do I protect Lila when my own husband is working against us? Ruth's eyes harden with determination. We fight back, she says firmly. First things first, we need to secure Lila's applications and scholarship information. Can you get those without Everett or Mavis noticing? I nod, a plan already forming. Lila keeps copies in her room. I can grab them tonight. Good, Ruth says. Bring them here for safekeeping. And Cora? I think it's time you and Lila considered staying with me for a while. The thought of leaving my home, even temporarily, sends a pang through my chest. But as I picture Mavis's smug face and Everett's weakness, I know Ruth is right. Okay, I agree, straightening my shoulders. But there's one more thing I need to do first. That evening, I wait until Mavis retires to her room before confronting Everett in our bedroom. He looks up from his book, wariness in his eyes. We need to talk, I say, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. Everett sighs, setting his book aside. Cora, about earlier. I cut him off. No excuses, Everett. I want the truth. How long have you been plotting with your mother against our daughter? He flinches at my words. It's not like that. Mom just wants what's best for Lila. And you? I press. What do you want? Everett's shoulders slump. I don't know anymore. I just want everyone to be happy. Well, congratulations, I say bitterly. You've managed to make everyone miserable instead. As I turn to leave, Everett calls out, "Where are you going?" I pause in the doorway, not looking back. To save our daughter's future, with or without you. The morning after my confrontation with Everett, I wake to find Lila's bed empty. Panic grips me until I hear muffled voices from the kitchen. I creep downstairs, pausing outside the door to listen. "Your mother means well, Lila." Mavis's saccharine voice drifts through. "College isn't everything, you know. Why, I never went, and look how well I turned out." I peek around the corner to see Lila's face, a mix of confusion and frustration. "But Grandma, I've always wanted to." "Nonsense," Mavis interrupts. "A pretty girl like you should focus on finding a good husband. That's the key to a happy life." I've heard enough. Stepping into the kitchen, I clear my throat loudly.
Good morning, Lila.
Mavis. Mavis's smile doesn't reach her eyes.
Oh, Cora.
We were just having a little chat about Lila's future. I heard. I say coldly, "Lila, go get ready for school. I need to speak with your grandmother." Once Lila's gone, I turn to Mavis. "This ends now. You will not undermine my daughter's dreams anymore." Mavis's facade cracks, revealing the venom beneath. "You ungrateful little." The doorbell interrupts her tirade. I answer it to find Ruth, her face etched with concern. "Everything okay?" she asks, eyeing Mavis over my shoulder. "Perfect timing," I say, ushering her in. Mavis was just leaving. "I most certainly was not," Mavis sputters. Ruth steps forward, her voice steel. "I think you were, Mavis. Cora and I have some things to discuss." Mavis storms out, slamming the door behind her. I collapse into a chair, exhausted. "Thank you," I whisper to Ruth.
She squeezes my hand.
"That's what friends are for. Now, are you ready to get out of here?" I nod, determination replacing my fatigue. "Let me talk to Lila first." I find Lila in her room, staring at her college application essays. "Mom," she says, her voice small. "What's going on?" I sit beside her, choosing my words carefully. "Honey, things have gotten complicated here. I think it might be best if we stay with Aunt Ruth for a while." Lila's eyes widen. "What about Dad? And Grandma? Your father?" I pause, swallowing the lump in my throat. "He needs some time to figure things out. As for your grandmother, well, she won't be making decisions for you anymore." Lila nods slowly, relief washing over her face. "So, I can still apply to college?" "Absolutely," I say firmly. "In fact, that's our top priority now." As we pack our bags, I hear the front door open. Everett's voice calls out, tinged with panic. "Cora? Lila?" I meet him in the hallway, Lila hovering behind me. His eyes dart between us and our suitcases.
"What's going on?" he demands.
"We're leaving," I say simply. "Staying with Ruth for a while." Everett's face crumples. "Cora, please. We can work this out." "Can we?" I challenge. "Are you ready to stand up to your mother? To support your daughter's dreams?" His silence is answer enough. "That's what I thought," I say, my voice breaking. "We'll be in touch about Lila's college applications." As we drive away, Lila's hand in mine, I catch sight of Mavis in the rearview mirror. She's standing on the porch, her face a mask of fury. But for the first time in weeks, I feel a glimmer of hope. At Ruth's house, we settle into the guest room. Lila unpacks her school books while I call her guidance counselor, explaining the situation and ensuring Lila's college preparations stay on track. That night, as Lila sleeps peacefully for the first time in weeks, Ruth and I sit on the porch swing. "What now?" I ask, staring into the darkness. Ruth's voice is gentle but firm. "Now we fight. For Lila's future and for yours." I nod, resolve strengthening my spine. Mavis may have won this battle, but the war is far from over. And I intend to win. 2 weeks into our stay at Ruth's, I watch Lila hunched over her laptop, her face glowing with excitement. "Mom, look," she exclaims, turning the screen towards me. "I just finished my personal statement for Stanford." Pride swells in my chest as I scan the essay. Away from Mavis's toxic influence, Lila's confidence has blossomed. "It's wonderful, sweetheart," I say, squeezing her shoulder. Ruth pokes her head into the room. "How about we celebrate with some ice cream?" As we pile into Ruth's car, my phone buzzes. Everett's name flashes on the screen. I hesitate before answering. "Cora?" His voice is strained. "When are you coming home?" I take a deep breath. "Everett, we've talked about this. We're not coming back until things change." "But Mom's been asking about Lila," he pleads. "She misses her granddaughter." Anger flares in my chest. "Misses controlling her, you mean? Has Mavis even acknowledged how she's hurt Lila?" His silence speaks volumes. "That's what I thought," I say, my resolve hardening. "Goodbye, Everett." As I hang up, I catch Lila's worried gaze in the rearview mirror. "Everything okay, Mom?" I force a smile. "Just fine, honey. Let's go get that ice cream." Later that night, after Lila's gone to bed, Ruth and I sit on the porch, nursing glasses of wine. "I've been thinking," I say, breaking the comfortable silence. "I need to find a way to secure Lila's college future without Everett or Mavis's help." Ruth nods thoughtfully. "What did you have in mind?" I take a sip of wine, steeling myself. "I'm going to apply for a loan to cover Lila's tuition. It'll be tight, but I can pick up extra shifts at the hospital." "Cora," Ruth says gently, "are you sure? That's a lot to take on by yourself." "I have to," I insist. "I can't let Mavis win. I can't let her crush Lila's dreams." Ruth squeezes my hand. "Then we'll make it happen. I know some people at the bank who might be able to help." The next morning, I'm reviewing loan applications when my phone rings. It's Lila's guidance counselor, Mrs. Thompson. "I have some exciting news. Lila's been nominated for a prestigious scholarship. It could cover a significant portion of her college expenses." My heart soars. "That's incredible. What does she need to do?" "There's an interview process," the counselor explains. "It's quite competitive, but given Lila's grades and extracurriculars, I think she has a real shot." As I hang up, a plan begins to form. This scholarship could be our ticket to freedom from Mavis's financial control. I find Lila in the backyard, sketching in her notebook. "Honey, we need to talk," I say, sitting beside her. I explain about the scholarship, watching her eyes light up with hope. "Do you really think I could win it?" she asks, a hint of doubt creeping into her voice. "I know you can," I say firmly, "and I'm going to help you prepare. We're in this together." Over the next few days, Lila and I throw ourselves into scholarship preparation. We practice interview questions, polish her resume, and work on her presentation skills. With each passing day, I see her confidence grow. One evening, as we're reviewing her application materials, Lila pauses. "Mom," she says hesitantly, What if Dad and Grandma find out about this?" I meet her gaze, my jaw set with determination. "Then we'll face them together. They can't stop you from pursuing your dreams, Lila. Not anymore." She nods, a spark of defiance in her eyes that reminds me so much of myself. "You're right. We've got this." As Lila returns to her work, I slip outside to make a phone call. It's time to set the final phase of my plan in motion. "Hello, Everett? We need to talk. There's something you and your mother need to know." I hang up, my heart racing with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The showdown I've been dreading and preparing for is finally at hand. But this time, I'm ready. This time, Mavis won't know what hit her. I stand on the porch of my old home, my heart pounding. Lila squeezes my hand, her face a mix of determination and apprehension. "Ready, Mom?" I nod, taking a deep breath. "As I'll ever be." The door swings open, revealing Everett. His eyes widen at the sight of us. "Cora? Lila? I didn't expect." "We need to talk," I say firmly, brushing past him. "All of us." In the living room, Mavis sits in her armchair like a queen on her throne. Her lips purse as we enter. Well, look who's decided to grace us with their presence. I ignore her barb, gesturing for Lila to sit. We have some news to share. Everett hovers uncertainly between us. What's going on? I lock eyes with Mavis, steeling myself. Lila's been awarded a full scholarship to Stanford. The room falls silent. Mavis's face contorts with disbelief. That's impossible. We never approved any applications. We didn't need your approval, Lila says, her voice steady. Mom helped me apply. Mavis turns to Everett, her voice dripping with venom. Did you know about this? Everett shakes his head, looking stunned. No, I had no idea. Of course you didn't, I say, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. You were too busy letting your mother run our lives. Mavis stands, her eyes flashing. How dare you go behind our backs? Everett, are you going to let them get away with this? I watch my husband, seeing the conflict play out across his face. This is the moment of truth. Actually, I say, my voice gaining strength, we're not asking for permission. We're here to tell you how things are going to be from now on. I pull out a folder, laying out documents on the coffee table. I've secured a loan to cover any additional expenses. Lila's future is set, with or without your support. Mavis lunges for the papers, but I snatch them away. This is outrageous. Everett, do something. Everett looks between us, his face pale. I don't know what to say. Then listen, I say, turning to face him fully. For years, I've watched you choose your mother over your own family. You've let her manipulate Lila's future, undermine my parenting, and destroy our marriage. It ends now. Lila stands, moving to my side. Dad, I love you, but Mom's right. Grandma's control has gone too far. Mavis sputters, her facade cracking. Control? I've only ever wanted what's best for this family. No, I say firmly. You've wanted what's best for you. Your vision, your values, your control. But it's not your life to live, Mavis. It's Lila's. I turn back to Everett, softening my tone. I know you love your mother, but it's time to choose. Are you going to support your daughter's dreams, or let them be crushed by outdated expectations? The room falls silent as Everett struggles with his decision. Mavis watches him like a hawk, her eyes narrowed. Finally, Everett straightens his shoulders. Lila, he says, his voice hoarse. Is this really what you want? Stanford. Lila nods, her eyes shining. More than anything, Dad. Everett takes a deep breath, then turns to his mother. Mom, I'm sorry, but Cora's right. We can't keep living like this. Mavis recoils as if slapped. Everett, after everything I've done for you, I'm grateful for everything, Mom. Everett says gently, but it's time to let go. Lila deserves the chance to follow her own path. Mavis's face crumples, tears welling in her eyes. For a moment, I almost feel sorry for her. Almost.
Fine, she spits.
Throw away everything I've worked for. See if I care. As Mavis storms out of the room, I feel a weight lift from my shoulders. I turn to Everett, seeing a glimmer of the man I married. It's a start, I say softly, but we have a long way to go. Everett nods, reaching for Lila's hand. I know, but I'm ready to try. As we stand there, the three of us united for the first time in months, I allow myself to hope. The battle isn't over, but we've won a crucial victory. And for now, that's enough. The shrill ring of the phone pierces the uneasy silence that's settled over our home. Everett answers, his face paling as he listens. We'll be right there, he says, his voice shaking. What's wrong? I ask, dread pooling in my stomach. It's Mom, Everett replies. She's had a heart attack. The drive to the hospital is tense. Lila sits in the back seat, uncharacteristically quiet. I catch Everett's eye, seeing the conflict etched on his face. At the hospital, we find Mavis looking small and frail in her bed, a far cry from the domineering presence she's always been. Her eyes flutter open as we enter. Everett, she croaks, reaching for his hand. You came. Of course, Mom, he says softly. We're all here. Mavis's gaze lands on me, then Lila. For a moment, I see a flicker of something, regret, perhaps, in her eyes. "Lila, dear," she says weakly.
Come closer.
Lila hesitates, looking to me for guidance. I nod, encouraging her forward. "I hear you got into Stanford," Mavis says, her voice barely above a whisper. That's quite an achievement." Lila's eyes widen in surprise. "Thank you, Grandma." Mavis turns to me, her expression unreadable. "Cora, I may have been too harsh." I'm stunned into silence, unsure how to respond to this unexpected vulnerability. The doctor enters, interrupting the moment. "Mrs. Thompson needs rest," he says firmly. "You can come back tomorrow." As we leave, Everett lingers by his mother's bedside. I overhear snippets of their conversation. "Mom, I'm sorry, but things have to change," Everett says gently. "I can't keep choosing between you and my family." Mavis's reply is too soft for me to hear, but I see Everett's shoulders sag with relief. In the days that follow, a subtle shift occurs in our family dynamic. Everett becomes more present, actively engaging in Lila's college preparations. He even accompanies us to a campus visit, beaming with pride as Lila charms the admission staff. One evening, as Lila pores over housing options, Everett pulls me aside. "Cora, I owe you an apology," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "I've been blind to the damage my inaction has caused."
Seeing Mom in that hospital bed.
It made me realize how much time I've wasted, how many moments I've missed with you and Lila. I feel a lump form in my throat. "It's not too late, Everett. But things can't go back to how they were before." He nods, determination in his eyes. "I know. I want to be better, for you and for Lila. And I've asked Mom to move into assisted living once she's recovered." I'm taken aback by this declaration. "Are you sure? Won't she fight it?" Surprisingly, she agreed, Everett says with a wry smile. I think her brush with mortality has softened her a bit. She even mentioned wanting to see Lila graduate. As the weeks pass, I watch Everett struggle to find balance between supporting his mother's recovery and rebuilding his relationship with us. It's not easy, and there are moments of tension, but I see genuine effort in his actions. Mavis, for her part, seems subdued. Her barbed comments are fewer and far between, though I'm not naive enough to think she's completely changed. Still, there's a newfound respect in her interactions with Lila, born perhaps from the realization of her granddaughter's strength and determination. One afternoon, as I help Lila pack for a pre-college summer program, I find myself reflecting on the tumultuous journey we've been through. "Mom," Lila's voice pulls me from my thoughts. "Are you okay?" I smile, feeling a swell of pride and love for my daughter. "I'm more than okay, sweetheart. I'm so proud of you. You've shown incredible resilience through all of this." Lila hugs me tightly. "I learned from the best," she whispers. As we stand there, surrounded by the physical manifestations of Lila's impending departure, I realize that our family has reached a turning point. The road ahead won't be easy, but for the first time in months, I feel hopeful about our future. The battle for control is over. Now, the real work of healing and rebuilding can begin. The California sun beats down on us as we unload the last of Lila's boxes from the car. Stanford's campus buzzes with the energy of move-in day, a sea of excited freshmen and teary-eyed parents. "I think that's everything," Everett says, wiping his brow. He looks at Lila, a mix of pride and sadness in his eyes. "You ready for this, kiddo?" Lila nods, her smile bright but tinged with nervousness. "As I'll ever be." I pull her into a tight hug, my heart swelling with emotion. "You're going to do amazing things, sweetheart. We're so proud of you." As we help Lila settle into her dorm room, I can't help but marvel at how far we've come. The past year has been a crucible, testing our family's bonds to their limits. But here we are, stronger for having weathered the storm. Everett has been true to his word, working tirelessly to rebuild our trust. He's become Lila's biggest cheerleader, throwing himself into her college preparations with a fervor that sometimes borders on comical. It's not perfect. Old habits die hard, but the effort is genuine. Mavis, surprisingly, has mellowed in her new assisted living facility. Her health scare seems to have given her a new perspective. She even sent Lila a care package for college, filled with practical items and, shockingly, a heartfelt letter of encouragement. It's a small step, but a significant one. As we say our final goodbyes, Lila pulls me aside. "Mom," she says, her voice thick with emotion, "I couldn't have done this without you. Thank you for fighting for me." I blink back tears, cupping her face in my hands. "You're the one who did all the hard work, Lila. I just cleared the path." "You did more than that," she insists. "You showed me what it means to stand up for yourself, to not let anyone else define your worth. I'll carry that lesson with me always." We embrace one last time before Everett, and I reluctantly head back to the car. As we drive away, I watch Lila in the rearview mirror, growing smaller but standing tall, ready to take on the world. The house feels emptier without Lila, but there's a peace that wasn't there before. One evening, as Everett and I sit on the porch swing, he takes my hand. "Cora," he says softly, "I know I have a lot to make up for, but I want you to know how grateful I am for your strength. You saved our family when I was too weak to see what was happening." I squeeze his hand, feeling the warmth of forgiveness slowly melting the ice around my heart. We saved our family together, Everett. It just took us a while to get on the same page. He nods, a rueful smile on his face. "I've been thinking, maybe it's time for us to start a new chapter too. How would you feel about renewing our vows? A fresh start, just the two of us." The suggestion catches me off guard, but as I consider it, I feel a spark of hope ignite in my chest. "I'd like that," I say softly. "A new beginning." As we sit there, watching the sun set on another day, I reflect on the journey that brought us here. The battles fought, the tears shed, the strength found in unexpected places. I think of Lila, embarking on her own adventure, armed with the resilience she's inherited and the lessons she's learned. And I realize that this messy, imperfect, beautiful thing we call family is worth fighting for. It's worth protecting, nurturing, and sometimes completely reimagining. Our story isn't over. There will be new challenges, new conflicts to navigate. But now we face them together, stronger for having been broken and remade. As the first stars appear in the darkening sky, I lean my head on Everett's shoulder, feeling a sense of peace I haven't known in years. Whatever comes next, we're ready. We've learned the true meaning of family, not control or obligation, but love, respect, and the courage to stand up for what's right. And that, I know, is the greatest victory of all.